You walk in and it just smells like leather.
You could be looking back at almost a time capsule and watching these guys make these fine products.
100% working by hand is better than anything else.
You still have a culture that recognizes the value of the Western lifestyle.
There's a little bit of everybody that works here's soul goes into that boot. And when you get it, you feel it.
We don't strive to be the world's most renowned, but after 100 years, you kind of become that.
All children equal in this saddle. That was the vision of the founders of this organization. It continues on today. We look inside each child's eyes and we find them where they are. We find their abilities. Saddle Up started almost 30 years ago, and it was a very small volunteer-run organization. They had a goal of incorporating the healing motion of the horse into helping kids with disabilities.
Sit back, Harlan, shoulders back. That's it, there you go.
We are the oldest and largest past premier center in the area that delivers excellent programs and sets a standard of professionalism.
Out of all the tools we can choose, equine movement is one of the most powerful tools.
EAAT stands for Equine Assisted Activities and Therapies, and it really just encompasses using a horse with people with special needs. Here at Saddle Up, we have 5 different EAAT programs, and our main one is adaptive riding, where the kids come out and their goals are based on learning riding skills.
Keep turning, back to the rail and turn left. Good.
Children with autism, which is our largest population, are receiving messages to the brain that seem to recenter these kids, bring verbal skills to the forefront in nonverbal kids. The first words are often the name of the horse.
Tell him, good boy, that was pretty good for Muffin.
It's that 3-dimensional, rhythmical, repetitive movement that helps with their balance, their postural control, their breath support to be able to speak. Then there's that whole nother layer of the magic that happens when the kids interact with the horses, develop the relationship with the horses. It just opens up a part of them that might not have opened up otherwise. So that's the best part about it.
Emery, what's your favorite thing out there, the chimes or the beanbag?
You could say magic happens here, but I'd like to think it's not just magic. We have a lot of trained staff that are behind it.
You want to introduce Tex to the xylophone?
Every day at Saddle Up, we have at least 20 or more volunteers here that we need to make lessons happen, to make feedings happen, to make Saddle Up run as a machine.
Steve, you like that? Yeah.
We've had volunteers come up to us and says that this is their therapy for the week. They feel blessed to be here and a part of what we do.
All of our horses have to have a personality that allows them to work with the kids. Is the horse kind? Is the horse forgiving? Does the horse have a great personality? Does the horse like cuddles? As soon as you're around a horse, you know, you just feel happier, I guess, and the kids feed off of that energy too.
The horse is willing to be their friend, to be their partner, and it's a good activity for these kids to have when they don't have success maybe in other things that they do throughout the week.
You can see pride. You can see, I've got this. Talk about a wonderful feeling to know that you've made that kind of an impact in a child's life.
For a kid who has had to fight so hard to achieve so many milestones, it's a sweet gift to get to see something come more easily to him.
The parents can take a deep breath and relax, and so can the kids.
One thing that we really didn't facilitate and we didn't plan on was the connections they make with each other. Their stories may be different, but their stories do parallel, and they can support each other through those tough times.
My child is sleeping better. My child is eating better. The progress that they make here and the impact of the horse carries over into the home environment and their abilities to do things in their world. And that's what's important to us.
We're building independent living skills here. It's beyond just riding a horse. Those kids are going to be able to walk out into this world with a skill set that's going to help them achieve the best they can.
I'm giving these children possibly the best head start they can have to meet the challenges that they're going to have in life. I think I'm blessed to be a part of their journey.
I can't imagine my life without the Arabian horses. They're in my heart. My name is Kayla Harkins and I'm from Chillicothe, Ohio. My family's farm is Winterbury Farm. My horse's name, his show name is Love's Trouble, and his barn name is Noodle. And that's because when he was a baby, he was born on our farm and they need to nurse quickly after they're born, but he couldn't stand up and he couldn't stay up because he had little wobbly noodle legs. So my dad had to hold him up so he could nurse, and that's how he got the name Noodle. My horse is 17 years old and I haven't been able to show him at nationals the past couple years. I've been hoping for so long for my horse that I could get him those roses, that big old blanket of roses, because he has won several reserves and all sorts of top 10s, and he just never got his rose blanket. So I was just so excited that the 17-year-old horse is in such good shape that he could go into this class with me and win. And it was just, I couldn't believe it was actually happening. I love the teamwork aspect of when you really get to know your horse and the communication. Like, you know what your horse is thinking and feeling all the time, and the horse knows how to respond to you. And it's like they learn all of your cues and you learn all of your horse's cues. And it's just kind of a magical thing to get to work with your best friend in a show ring. And also, their kind eyes. They just have the sweetest expressions. I feel like the whole eyes are the windows to the soul thing is especially true with horses. He has a little tiny white spot on the very tip of his nose, and I always kiss that spot for luck, and I always have. I always have to scratch his bridle path, that little bit right behind his ears. He just knows that means the class is over, and he will turn his head around and kind of nose my boot, and that's our little tradition. I know that Arabians can sometimes get a little bit of a bad rap for being snorty, hot horses, but I feel like when you're really close to them, and you can just see from their expression that they're so kind. I think that is the most important thing I want to share with people is, and they're just so careful and they know when there's someone that loves them.
At Horse and Rider On Demand, we have hundreds of videos that can be streamed on any computer, tablet, TV, or mobile device. Learn training tips and horsekeeping advice from the industry's top Western professionals, all in one place. Our extensive video library covers a variety of topics, including reining, ranch riding, barrel racing, natural horsemanship, ranch versatility, reined cow horse, cutting, basic horsemanship skills, and so much more. Sign up for your free 7-day trial today. Visit ondemand.horseandrider.com.
Hi, I'm Cody Crow. Today we're going to talk about the versatility ranch horse classes and the 6 classes and what they're comprised of. So for those of you that want to show, it makes sense to figure out what the 6 classes are. So we have ranch trail, stock horse pleasure, ranch cutting, ranch reining, cow horse, and conformation. And you're not required to show in all 6 classes, but you can show in an a la carte menu. But if you want to be considered for the all-around, you need to show in a dry class without a cow class, and the conformation. In the ranch cutting, there will be a herd of cattle in the end of the arena, and you need to demonstrate that you can quietly and efficiently walk into the herd, and that you can separate out the cow that you picked, and that you can hold that cow away from the rest of the herd. Depending on the association, you may be required to do that with 1 cow or 3 cows, and then there is a specific time limit. But what they're looking to see is that your horse does have some cow in him, and what that means is that your horse tracks that cow and watches that cow, and that he is trying to do that more on his own. I mean, they're not trying to see how well you can read a cow and rein your horse around. They're really trying to see how well your horse can read a cow, and as a rider, that you're going to drop your hand and you're going to allow that horse to do that. One of the big differences between the versatility or the ranch horse cutting associations versus the NCHA cutting is that we are allowed to help our horses a little bit. So we can rein them without a penalty, where in the NCHA or some of those specific cutting horse associations, you have to drop your hand, and every time you pick up your hand, there will be a penalty associated with that. But in the ranch horse, we are allowed to help them a little bit more. So one of the things that we do look for in a ranch cutter is, again, like I had mentioned, that they are cowy, that horse is interested in the cow, and that horse will take some ownership and some accountability to track that cow across the pen, get stopped square, and then turn with that cow. And because he needs to turn with that cow, we need a horse that is light on his front end, that he can move his feet, he's got good control of his shoulders. You know, he'll let me step across this pen if I need to. So I've got to have some body control and a horse that's going to let me help him, whether I help him with my rein or with my feet. So I do need a willing horse to allow me to help him do that. The next class is the cow horse event, and this event has a lot of variations, again, depending on the association that you're choosing to show with and the division that you're in. The most intro level class is the novice or the L1, again, depending on the association. The objective there is that they're going to turn 1 cow into the arena, and your objective is to show that you can hold that cow on one end of the arena. You're going to show that you can control him no matter what he's doing. If you have a cow that just wants to stand there, you're going to show the judge, hey, I can step into that cow and I can drive him across the pen, get him stopped. I can drive him back across the other side, get him stopped. If you've got a cow that comes into the arena kind of hot and he squirts, you need to show that you can step up there and stop that cow. Run over here, stop that cow. Again, demonstrating that you have control over that cow and you can make him stay on this end of the arena. So that's more in the novice, and it's about a 50-second time limit for most of the associations, and you have to control that cow for the entire 50 seconds. They want to see that your horse gets over there and he stops square and straight, that you can show correctness in your maneuver, and they want to see that you used your time accordingly. So if you've only got 50 seconds, that you stepped in there and you worked your cow for that full 50 seconds. So you do get scored on the amount of time worked. And then the eye appeal. You know, if you did get stopped or if you did have to help your horse rein across the pen, was he willingly guided through there? Did he stay soft in his face and through the bridle? So that would affect your eye appeal. In the upper divisions, in the amateur, the non-pro, we have some box drive box classes. So they'll kick the 1 cow out, you'll box him just like we did in the novice, but then you're going to demonstrate that you can drive this cow through the corner, down the long side of the arena into the other end, and that you can hold the cow on the opposite end of the arena, just as you did on the initial end that it came out of. And you've got to show that you can hold him down there for at least 3 turns to satisfy the requirement of the boxing on the far end, and then you need to drive the cow back down the same side of the arena, past the center marker, and then stop your horse. And again, that's a time limit, and you've got to get them done anywhere between 1:30 and 1:45, depending on the class. In the non-pro and the open divisions, they're going to kick out a cow. Again, you're going to box him on one end, show that you can control the cow. Then you're going to drive the cow through the corner, down the fence, and then you have to demonstrate that you can make that cow turn at least once each way on the fence. So we're going to make a left turn, drive him down past your center marker, make a right turn. You're going to drive that cow into the middle of the arena, and then you can demonstrate your ability to rope. So you're going to need that horse to rate the cow, track the cow, and then you're going to rope him and stop him. It needs to be a clean net catch in most associations. And then you're going to stop and dally and show that you have effectively stopped that cow. You also, in some of the other associations, have the option of circling the cow rather than roping. Circling, you're going to drive that cow in the middle of the arena and make it circle once each direction. And you have to initiate that you made the cow turn directions. So once you've satisfied the one circle, you're going to switch sides and make him circle the other way. Ranch trail is designed to show your horse's ability to navigate the natural obstacles that you would encounter on a ranch or on a trail ride, such as ground poles or trot overs or bridges. There are required obstacles in most of these associations, such as you're going to have to show that you have the ability of working a gate. Now in most of these associations, it's a rule that it has to be like a solid gate, a metal gate, not really a rope gate. You've got to cross a bridge, walk, trot, or lope over some ground poles, demonstrate some sort of back through, such as an L or any kind of configuration, and you need to side pass. And the other required obstacle is a log drag for most of the associations other than the novice or the youth. So what we look for in a ranch trail horse is I need a quiet-minded horse. I want a horse that is going to accept something that he hasn't seen before, and he's going to trust me to show him how I need him to navigate through that. I need a horse that's careful with his feet. You know, a horse that doesn't want to just clunk every pole, that he's going to look and be cautious and show some interest in what he's doing and carefully navigate his way through there. I need a horse that will also let me handle him, that he's got really good body control. If I want to push his hips over, I can. If I need to bring his shoulders over, I can. And I need a horse that's a good mover. You know, part of your score is it's not just a matter of getting through the obstacle. You need to travel there in a good way of going. Like you need a pretty mover and a good mover and a horse that's consistently carrying himself the same way. The next class we're going to talk about is the stock horse pleasure or the ranch riding. In most associations, this is a class that's shown individually on the rail. There is a predetermined pattern ahead of time. Some of the associations, there will be a sign that dictates what you need to do when you get there, and other associations, it's just a cone. The gaits that you will show are walks, extended walks, jogs, extended trot, lope, extended lope, and a stop and a back. This class is judged on quality of movement and broken quiet. The first thing that this horse needs to be is broken quiet, and they need to be a pleasure to ride. When you're looking at a stock horse pleasure horse, you want to see a horse that you can set on all day on the ranch, that he looked easy, he looked comfortable, he was quiet, and he was happy to be there. Then you need a horse that's a good mover, a horse that's got a nice forward ground covering stride, and he's happy. His ears are forward, he's looking through the bridle, and he's very consistent. So those are the things that we mostly look for in a stock horse pleasure. The ranch reining is a pattern class, and it's designed to show your horse's willingness to be guided. You're going to show circles to the left, circles to the right. You're going to be required to show a square balance stop or a sliding stop. You're going to have to spin to the left, spin to the right, anywhere from 2 spins each direction up to 4 1/4 spins each direction. Some of the patterns have a rollback, where you're going to ask your horse to run down the pin in a straight line, execute a square balance stop, and then roll over his hocks and depart at the lope and continue in the other direction. So it really does show your horse's ability to be guided and balanced and go where you point him. And in the circles, you will be asked to show the difference between a size and speed of a circle. So you'll be asked to show a large, fast reining circle and then come back down to a slower, smaller circle. One of the differences in the ranch reining versus the NRHA reining is that our horses are encouraged to lope around the pen with a level top line, even slightly above vertical, and looking through the bridle. We will be faulted or penalized at any time where our horse's neck drops below their withers for more than a couple strides, you will be assessed a 1-point penalty per maneuver when your horse drops below the vertical. Finally, we have the ranch conformation. This is a class that you show in hand, so just in a plain leather or a nylon halter. There's no silver required. You're going to show your horse's conformation. They're going to judge him on their balance, structural correctness, and their muscle. What they're looking for is form to function, that this horse is conformationally built to be able to do the performance classes that you were just asked to do. I mean, does that horse have an athletic hip on him so he can run down the pen and stop with a cow? Are they straight-legged so that they can move forward and pretty in a pleasure class? And are they going to stay sound? So they will look a lot at their legs for the structural correctness. But generally, it will be balance, muscle, and structural correctness. They will evaluate the overall picture, and that will combine to 1/6 of your overall score. So the ranch conformation is always performed at the very end of the horse show. It is designed to show that your horse did stay sound after performing the other riding events. You will show them naturally, like I said earlier, in a leather halter, a nylon halter. There will be no silver, no hoof black. Oftentimes, you finish your last class, pull the saddle, and you go right in. You don't even have time to brush them or wash them off. I mean, they really want to see your performing horse at the end of the day.
There's so much about the animal-human bond that we don't know.
I've talked to a number of parents where they said that their kid did their first words on a horse. And I think there's some reasons for that.
There have been EEG studies done. It's fireworks, right? The entire brain is exploding and lit up.
I can see the difference that it makes in our clients' lives. Hopefully impacts them for the rest of their lives as they develop skills that they'll use for the rest of their lives.
We're gonna get it. 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 We got it! Yay! Nice!
At Dressage Today On Demand, we have more than 3,700 videos that you can watch when you want and where you want, from any computer, tablet, or mobile device. Our vast video library can help you improve your dressage basics, polish your Grand Prix movements, and become a better overall rider. Learn the tips from the industry's top experts, including Laura Graves, Stefan Peters, Carl Hester, and many more. Try your free 10-day trial. Visit ondemand.dressagetoday.com.
Now, here's something a little bit more complicated. Same idea in canter, except when we hit P, if we're doing half pass left to P. Now, he's smart, he's gonna go, oh, I'm gonna do a flying change. So if we don't tell them specifically, hey, yo, you have to wait for me, they will take over, right? Yeah, they always do. So the aid that tells him he cannot do a flying change is your outside leg behind the girth. So as you maybe are 2 strides before finishing your half pass, I want you to go back to your outside leg behind the girth and make it active. So it's going to start tapping, all right? To say, don't you dare, the door is closed. Yep. So at that moment, the outside leg says the door is closed. It also becomes the leg that rides him forward, all right? So of course, at first level, the horse has no idea that the outside leg can ride them forward. They just think it's a canter depart. But as we train, the aids get more sophisticated. The outside leg can do a bunch of different stuff now. It can tell the hunch to go over, it can tell him to go forward. Does that make sense? Okay, so we're gonna think in our counter that we're gonna ride our counter in a little bit of that haunches out position. Okay, so the hind legs have to be on the line and the shoulders are gonna be going straight down the second track. So almost feeling a little bit in your canter that you're going to have a teeny bit more submission to the bend behind the saddle than in front of the saddle. All right, our brain will tell us, oh my God, we're going to lose the lead, quick, pull on the inside rein, bend the neck, but that only makes it worse. Yep, okay, so then as you're riding your canter, you have plenty of time to change the flexion to the inside, ride your half halt for the flying change, and then do your aid. Okay? Now, if our little lamb mucks this up, then we have to tell him he was a bad boy. Okay, how do we do that? We walk quietly, but bam, 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 bam with your outside leg. Walk a few strides of haunches out. So you make your point with the aid he didn't listen to. Don't just let him do it. Okay, now if he was just learning changes, there we don't want to create stress, and so we're like, oh, good boy, whoops, yeah. Oh, well, any change is a good change. But we're past that a little bit with him, right? Okay, all right, so let's pick up our left lead canter. So now we've talked about the finish. We talked about the preparation in the trot. Let's canter a whole circle so we get a really beautiful canter. Check that snaffle. Make sure it's short enough. Get your jump, energy, so it's in front of your leg, behind your hand, a little bit under your seat. Yeah, good, there you go. Test your bend here in the corner. Turn, think a little shoulder 4. Okay, we were gonna come down center line though. That's okay. That's a more difficult situation to do the flying change when we're there on center line. So we're doing the college degree, not the PhD change, okay? Good, prepare. Now come over. Now use your inside leg. You're fine. And now outside leg tapping. Push the haunches to the wall, push. Come on, prepare, prepare, prepare. Now on this next long side, you're gonna flex him a little, right leg, okay. Did you want that? Okay. No, that was fine. I wanted him to be a little bit more forward. Yes, and try to do the change like at F, before F. All right? Try it again. Let's come back to the left. Now when he gets pulling down like that, can you touch him with the whip and then half halt? Okay. Keep that snaffle range short. Good, turn. Now come over. Now left leg up into the right rein. Left leg tap, tap. Come on, kick him. Left leg, left leg, left leg. Say, get up here. Left, left. Yeah, now right, right, right. Prepare, flex to the right and change. That's all right, here. Better half pass. No, but the half pass was much better. Yeah, the half pass was good. Now, when you get into your counter canter, you have to put his body in the position of the right lead before you ask for the change. Okay, so you're not going to bend a lot to the right, but you're going to think shoulder 4 to the right. Yep, you had him still bent to the left, so he's like, nope, can't do it. I loved your half pass though. You need to kick his butt a little bit. He gets heavy because there's no gas, there's no engine. And he's got a good engine, he's just lazy. Yeah, good. He's like my husband who's a doctor and a colonel and is used to staff, you know? And then he thinks I'm his staff. I'm like, no. Okay, come on, he has no staff, he has to work. Up and change. Yes, good. There you go. There you go. Much better. Yeah. So if you can ride him forward into that new outside rein, the change will stay more uphill. Does that make sense? You know, when you have no clear outside rein for your horse, the only thing you can do is shorten the neck, pull down. He pulls down. Some horses go straight up hollow above the bit, you know, with the underneck. So you really have to be thinking the neck cannot be neutral. One side of the neck always has to be a little shorter. One side of the neck always has to be a little bit longer. So it's really clear. Outside, suppling, inside. Okay? Now that being said, piaffe passage and the one-time changes, that's the only time the horse is totally straight in his body and his neck, because we don't have an inside rein, outside rein. Both hind legs are carrying the same amount of weight. Other than that, we have one hind leg carrying and the other hind leg pushing. Okay? Okay. You ready to do it to the right? Okay, now I know this side he doesn't like your left leg, and this side he's going to try to change before you ask. So you better be ready to do a couple good little kickies with that left leg. Kick. Don't just squeeze harder. They become really dull to that. That's the wrong idea. Okay, we don't have python legs. We have a little bit annoying legs. Snaffle. Make sure you have an outside rein. More energy. Come on. Come on. Yeah, but don't just use the rein. Kick. Come on. Tap, tap. Get him up. Get him up. Come on. Jump, jump. You get up here, you lazy boy. Come. You don't have a staff. Come. Yep. And he's got to counterflex him left. Counterflex left. Yes. Get him up into the outside again. That's a girl. You see, he uses that right bend against you a little bit. Make sense? Uh-huh. Okay, so turn on center line without your right bend. And as you turn right, don't let him drift left. Outside leg, outside leg. You're not going to bend until you start over. Uh-huh. Now start over and add a little bend. Come on. Right leg, right leg, right leg. Come on. Tap, tap with the whip. Tap, tap with the whip. Now left leg, left leg. Up into the right rein. Touch and give left. Touch and give, touch and give. Forward, forward, forward. Yeah, okay, almost. We almost won that one. Good. Rest for a second. Good. You have to be switching which leg and which rein is doing the job. You're a little slow. You're a little slow, but I'm here like, come on. And then, of course, it's like right, left, inside, outside. Oh, this is so confusing. Western is so much easier. It's all inside, outside, according to the arena. But do you understand, when he gets curled up and you're bending, make him straighter. Your job is to say, what am I doing right now? And if it's not working, change it. You just have to change it. And when he goes to the right, he curls up and then he throws himself left. Yeah, so everything has to be a little bit more off that left leg and not be sucked into this right bending thing. Yeah. Okay, now he needs to go, let's do the right one again with no bend at the beginning, and then try to get him to go a little bit more forward off that outside leg before the change. Okay? You did great. It was, if he just would have gone a little more forward, little stinker. Yeah. Okay, did good. Here we go. Well, so sad, too bad. Good for you. Good for you. Now don't bend. Don't bend. Jumping, jumping, jumping. Shorten your snaffle. Quick, quick. Shorter, 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 shorter. And now up, up. Outside, outside flexion. Come, outside flexion. Take that left rein. Take the left rein. Yes. Fine. Yes. Good. Now go forward. Now go forward. Go, go, go. Come. Good. That's a girl. Come on. There. Good work. Canter. Yeah. Half pass right there. Right there. Right there. Now a little bit of bend. Okay, now straight ahead, straight toward me, straight forward off that left leg, flex him this way, come forward and change. Good, good, good. Yes. Now, okay. So what? If you want an easy horse, sell this one. and buy a different one. This one is not easy, and you bought him, you have to ride him. You know, okay, I was going to tell you something really important, and I lost it. I lost it. Oh, I know what I was going to tell you. You're making a big mistake. Yeah, I know. And I have students who do this, and I tell them they're making a big mistake, and they just keep doing it. And then they go to the horse show, and they're like, oh, you were right. And I'm like, yeah, usually I am right. I mean, I have this coffee cup somebody gave my husband that said, you don't need Google, your wife is always right, you know? Okay, so I've been doing this for a long time. We train horses action reaction. So if you do a movement and walk, you've done this now 5 or 6 times in the lesson, where here you do the half pass, you did the change, and you walk. Over here you did the half pass, the change, and you walked. The horse learns to do one movement and stop. Okay? Well, yes, I did. But now I'm going to change that a little bit. You have to finish the movement, here where we did the change, keep cantering left, make a 20-meter circle, and then you can have a break. Are you with me? Yeah, because this is... I know. Yeah, well, you have to. You know, the only way you get more fit is also to suck it up a little bit. Okay.
Okay, let's do that again.
Okay, let's do that again. This was actually much, much better.
Okay.
Yep.
So if he's going to be pulling like that, you want me to go straight.
And then as you go over, start to bend. Mm-hmm. Let's do it from the corner to center line, because that seemed to work better, because we had a little bit more room to ride him forward. So I like that a little bit better. Go on forward. It doesn't matter. Whatever you do, if he trots and he then canters and you stop him, then you play the go stop game. Now go forward. Go on. Go, go. Come on. I don't care if it's trot or canter. Go. Medium canter. Go. Kick him. Come on. Yes. Good. Now collect. Good work. There you go. Uh-huh. Yes. Excellent. Hang on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. And now come over. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Up into the left rein. Now straighten him. Left leg, send him forward to the right rein. Forward, change. Forward, 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 forward. Yep, yep, yep. Keep, see, that's why he stopped. Keep trotting. Keep, yes, good job. Canter, canter, canter. He cannot stop. He has to stop when you say, that's a girl. Okay. But do you see, this is, I know. But you have to really make yourself do this.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay? Because it's so bad for his training. Well, you're doing actually pretty well except for this one piece. And I'm just, you know, like, you're creating such a bad habit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So with him, for me, from my opinion, is the reason he curls up is he gets behind your leg.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So when he curls up and you just pull him up, or when he makes a mistake, like, oh, I wanted him to canter from the walk, but he trotted, so I think I'm going to stop and canter again. You have to make, you have to make the correction more work than the work required. Okay? So if he has a couple trot steps, then canters, kick him forward and do medium canter. I mean, don't stop him. That go stop game is deathly. Okay, so also when he starts to curl up, ride him forward first and shorten that snaffle ring. Okay, then you have half a chance to get him where you want him to go. It's tricky. He's tricky. Mm-hmm.
The Soft Ride Ice Spa is an innovative way to safely ice distal limbs after a workout or competition, or when long-term icing is needed due to injury or illness. The Ice Spa's portability allows for easier, cleaner icing sessions, whether in your barn or on the road. The channeled Soft Ride Gel Orthotic allows cold water to contact the sole of the hoof, where blood vessels are close to the surface. The gel orthotic also provides support and stimulates circulation, which increases comfort for your horse while icing. And the patented non-slip sole provides traction and encourages support and security while receiving treatments. The Ice Spa also helps your horse feel comfortable and not confined when icing, by allowing them the comfort to shift their weight. A gel retention wrap connected over the knee or hock holds the boot in place, so your horse cannot lift their hoof out of the Ice Spa. This prevents knocking over the icing vessel and eliminates the potential for a bruised sole by stepping on hard ice cubes. The retention wrap connects to the Ice Spa with 4 breakaway magnetic hooks for further increased safety. The 17-inch Ice Spa Pro accommodates sizes 1 through 5 keg shoes. An optional removable neoprene insulation sleeve helps maintain proper cooling temperatures, particularly when icing in hot weather. The Ice Spa also has internal hoses that can easily be connected to an air compressor to provide a portable spa treatment. Air tubes running down both sides of the icing reservoir create circulation. The bubbling effect helps pull inflammation away from the limb by constantly moving soothing water. The Soft Ride Ice Spa can be used on barefoot or shod horses and is effective with either cold water for icing protocols for injuries or after tough workouts, or with warm water when working with abscesses. Order a Soft Ride Ice Spa today at softrideboots.com.
Corey Coons was one of my heroes growing up, and the Reno Rodeo and the BFI was the time of year that I lived for, because all those guys were going to be here and might actually get to see them or shake their hand, not have to see them on TV.
Several of us are signing autographs, and so Jade's standing off to the side, and he's real quiet, just a little boy. The other guys all left, and I stayed there and signed a couple more, and then I signed Jade's hat. He just had a straw hat, and I signed it for him, and he was the last one.
You fast forward to probably 2005, I guess, when Corey was riding with Jake Barnes. Somehow or another, they got my number, and they stayed here on their way to Reno. That night, after everybody goes to bed, I came outside and got in the pen with Jackal and Switchblade, and if I could have figured out a way, I probably would have got on him bareback, but I didn't know if it was a good idea. But I dang sure petted both of them for a while, like a creepy amount of time probably, and then I tried to get out of there before anybody noticed me.
I got to be friends with Jade, got to know him a little bit. We get to be buddies. That friendship just kind of kept growing through the years, and I wasn't even aware of how much Jade kind of looked up to me, because as far as I was concerned, me and him were equal. You know, it wasn't like I'm this big NFR guy and you're this kid. You know, we were just buddies. And then he shared with me one day why he thought a lot of me, that it made a difference that I stayed around and signed his hat that day. For those two horses to have come through me, going through him, and then for him to be so successful, which I truly believe that our horses are a big part of being successful, but Jade was going to be successful no matter what. He's a champion. He's going to win. I look back and think, how amazing is it to have both of those horses at the same time, and then for both of those horses to be so instrumental in Jade's career. I just felt like I had two pretty good heel horses, and he probably felt like, man, you got two amazing horses, and for him to sneak out there and pet on them and look at them, and then for it to come full circle and him to win world titles on them, and that's pretty cool.
Thank you for joining us on Horse Week.
So another habit that I've been in the past is I've gotten really busy over the past few years with businesses and life. And again, like I said, it's a slow fade. But I got caught in a place where I wasn't practicing with the best in the world, roping around the best guys. I would rodeo, that's different, but when you're at home, I would rope with some lower numbered guys, or maybe have somebody just putting it on in the chute. And you get into like this slower mode and a different level of practice to where you lose some of the feel that it takes for competition. And what you end up doing is exactly what I've been saying about overriding, and you lose the rate with your rope. And I'm going to explain about that a little bit. When you're riding your horse and you make the turn as a heeler and you ride the corner, if you're pulling on the bridle, you take the cow out of your horse. They're not going to be listening to your rope or looking for you to throw. They're listening to the bridle. That'll get them strong, and they know they've got to get to the cow. They'll push through the bridle on you, to where if you let them go and you loosen your left hand and your reins, now they're going to have that relief where they can do their job, and they're going to pay attention. So the next thing that they're going to do is raid off your rope. Now they're looking for you to throw your rope. They're going to want to get quick. They're going to want to stop earlier. And like I said, sometimes you create a monster with all the slow training and the not enough realistic practice, to where your horses are out of control because all we're doing is pulling and they're going through the bridle, and then people put bigger bits, harder tie downs, all this stuff on them to try to get them backed off, when really the answer to it most of the time is slowing down and backing off of the bridle and getting those horses to get back to cowing and raiding off of your rope when you're trying to deliver your rope. So you can also create a monster the other way, which is where you're just being so aggressive and not enough feel, not enough stopping in time on your horsemanship, that your horses get too quick, too tight, ducking, or not even giving you a chance to set your loop on the ground before they stop. So it's team roping it's riding a fine line all the time. You're always trying to keep that balance of, I was telling Tanner, my partner, the other day, in a perfect world, you've got a red line, a yellow line, and a green line, and green's too free and red's too tight, and you want to stay in the yellow. The yellow's where the money's won. So just doing that balance of horsemanship and training, and then doing the balance as well as with our reins, and making sure that we're staying out of our horse's way and trusting them to do what we're training them to do.
Hey guys, so for our pre-ride stretches, we're gonna focus on stretches we can do to help us get ready for our ride and being the best we can be in the saddle. Think about how you warm your horse up before you ask a lot of them. We need to do the same for ourselves. These stretches take you through different successions to help loosen your quads, loosen other parts of your body so you are 100% ready to give your horse your all. For our standing quad stretch, which helps stretch out the front of our thigh, tying in at our knee and our hip, we want to stand nice and tall, bring our belly button into spine, lift our chest, arm up in the air to help with your balance, bring your knee to your butt, and stretch through the front of that thigh. If you're not feeling much of a stretch just standing here, drive your hips forward, lift that chest higher, and breathe into your stretch. Make sure to stretch both sides the same amount of times. To begin pigeon pose, we're going to put one leg straight behind us, the other forward and bent in towards our groin in front of us. Our legs straight out back, our other forward, bent in, heel towards our groin. From here, we're going to lift our chest, bringing our arms up, stretching down through our hip flexors. If you need to start this stretch a little higher up to allow for progression and stretching through that flexor, go right ahead. As you inhale, push into the stretch. As you exhale, sink down through the stretch. From here, instead of just stretching our flexors, we want to also be able to stretch our extensor muscles while we're in pigeon. We'll stay in the same position, and instead of lifting up, we're going to drop our hip, putting our glutes on the floor, stretch forward, keeping our back nice and flat, pushing chin towards the ground. This helps stretch out our outer thigh and all of our extensor muscles through our hips into our glutes. Just like with regular pigeon, you want to inhale and push against the stretch. Exhale, sink into the stretch. For single leg chair, I recommend you find something that you can hang on to help with your balance, as the focus of this exercise is the stretch, not the balance. You're going to stand nice and tall, put your foot over your knee, and sit your butt back. You want to keep the weight in the heel and ball of your foot while lifting your chest up. You should feel the stretch around the outside of your thigh into the outside of your glutes. Sit nice and tall, come on up, and be sure to stretch out the other side. For your body weight squats, you're going to want to put your feet about hip width or maybe slightly more apart. Again, chest nice and tall, belly button to spine for stability. You can either put your arms in front of you or out, wherever you're more comfortable. Push your butt back and down, keeping the weight in the ball and feet of your heels. From the bottom, you want to drive up from your heels into your hamstrings, squeezing your glutes at the top. All the way down, inhale down, exhale as you come up. You hold these stretches as long as your body needs. Really think about inhaling and exhaling and letting your body stretch through the exhale. Make sure to do these stretches on both sides of your body.
If I could speak for my horse, I know that my horse would thank fly predators.
I recommend Spalding fly predators to everyone.
Fly predators, it's just amazing.
It's a great improvement.
It is unbelievable how they can work.
They work fantastically.
They work extremely well.
Spalding fly predators. Kill them before they hatch.
When stretching your horse's head and neck to loosen them up and keep them limber, I like to do it in a way that makes sure that they are bending every single joint from their skull back. It keeps them really loose that way, and also if they're jammed up somewhere, they physically can't do it, and then you know that there's an issue and a problem that you can get a professional to help you with. So I want them to tuck their chin straight back to the point of the shoulder, Here's the point of the shoulder, and then I want to stay on that line all the way to the flank. So I don't want them to drop their head lower, and I don't want them to go up higher. I want them to come straight back and touch their chin and then drag all the way back to the flank. So use whatever you like to use. We're going to touch the point of the shoulder. Sorry, bud. And then I want him to go all the way back. And if there's something wrong in that neck, if they're jammed up or something's bothering them, they won't touch here if it's in the head, or they'll twist their head and they can't go any further. If they're locked up in the lower part of their neck, you're only going to get them about to here and you can't keep going. So it's really good information also. In these videos, we are hoping to show you how you can assess your own horse for soreness and to know what that soreness may mean. If you find any issues of soreness like we have shown here, please contact an equine professional to fix them for you.
ExtensionHorses.org isn't just university equine educators, but we are also farm managers, judges, competitors, coaches, and parents. And we are committed to bringing you objective, credible information and tools you can use every day to improve your life. Get answers to your horse questions from university experts, watch instructional videos, take short courses, and listen to our podcast, TackBox Talk. For the most reliable horse information, visit us at extensionhorses.org or follow along on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube.
Taking the best care of your horse, your friend, your companion is an important part of competitive riding. Making sure they look their best will give both of you the confidence to perform your best. It's here that all of the hard work and dedication to your sport come together. Mane and Tail has been a trusted and true name in grooming products for 50 years. Many groomers have found our Protect line helps treat and prevent skin issues for their horses. Our newest addition, Ultimate Gloss Shampoo and Conditioner, continues the mane and tail tradition and gets your horse's coat, mane, and tail the shiniest, silkiest, and glossiest they've ever been. Stun the crowd with glowing results and know you've done your best, the mane and tail way.
That's okay. Just a little more leg and pull your chin up and stretch taller so that you don't end up collapsing on him a little bit. You jumped it well. Yes, that's just where he's green. Little bit of leg, soften the hand. Good, that was a better jump, well done. Could still be a little more allowing. Good, better. Have a little walk there, Ann. That's good. Keep that canter, lower your hands a little bit, and now keep the leg and give. Good, that was a better jump. So I don't actually mind this horse getting in a little deeper to the fence. I think that's where she's happier, am I right? Like she's not one that you want to be reaching, because that's just, yeah, and that's kind of where her scope's happy, which is fine, but did you feel that one you were positive to the base of the fence? Did you feel a difference in the jump? Because then she has, you know, that power behind her and she can make a nice shape. So that's kind of what you got to keep reminding yourself, is that's what we're trying to achieve. This will be I actually want you to do it in 7, okay? Because 6 will be too easy. That's good, and don't be afraid to use your voice and say whoa if you need to. It's okay. Well done. Good. So a little bit, this horse, just watching him jump and the way he looks at the fences, I would just think to yourself, just as just a little subtle thing, think about stretching down into your heel and just hugging with your leg a little more. And so that when you arrive at the fence, you're that little bit taller and you've just got that support always. Does that make sense? I think that will help with the slowness, because part of it's that he's looking and he's very careful. So he's looking at the base and he's going, okay. And I just find those ones, they just need not the spur, but just your leg round them all the time, if that makes sense. That's okay, actually, I don't mind that. That's fine. I actually like the positivity a little bit. So, right, let's go back the other way, because that was actually quite good. I don't want to wipe these guys out. It's going to be harder coming oxer to vertical now, obviously. And just think straight away, you're pushing your heel down, let the knees relax a little, and hug with the lower leg, that's it. And stay really tall on your body at the base of the fence with that hugging leg. And hug the leg. Good. Very good. What a good boy. That was beautiful. You can walk there, and that was great. So think about just having your leg around her a little bit more. Lower the hands. Good. Good. Let's do that just one more time and see if you can just kind of, when you're in the middle of the combination, just soften through your fingers a little more so she doesn't get wooden on you. Does that make sense? Okay, one more time. And think about relaxing your knees, have your leg around her, and just softening through your fingers a little bit, and you can kind of sink into her a little more if you need to. That's it. Good. That was better jumps. Well done. Good. Have a little walk. Hopefully they'll start to learn to be adjustable, and then later we're going to open up a few of these. And keep thinking that hugging leg with your knees relaxed. Easy. Ooh. Good boy. Very good. Well done. It's fine. And again, think hugging leg, but whoa, settled, easy. Whoa. Well done. Good. Super jump there at the end. Exactly the right decision to just walk there. Perfect. Good. I think this sort of thing's good for him. I've done a lot. My Shanro Cooley horse is 17.3 and 6. And I sort of thought this sort of thing would be insane and it would never work. And actually he's gotten way better because they start thinking, oh, I can shorten my body. Do you know what I mean? Right, so we're gonna do our 6 and then nice easy 3s, and you're gonna really focus on keeping that leg around her, the hand a little lower, and just when you wanna go to the hand, you have to think, is my leg on and am I just squeezing and checking in with her rather than blocking the hand? Does that make sense? Good. Relax your seat a little bit. Good. Good. Take a minute to get your lead. There you go. You got it. Now settle. Easy. Stay tall. Leg, leg, leg. Oh dear. Have we done V-pulls before? All right, I can make them a little wider. Don't worry. We just surprised her a little bit. If you just take the end, yeah, that's fine. Just go like this. There we go. Right, that's fine. Take 2. And just be ready that she might look, but don't override it because you want the distances to work. So you're just gonna have a little bit more leg around her, but not overriding. Easy. Good, easy. And whoa. Good, well done. Guys, can we just tighten them in a little bit now? All right, we're just gonna do it one more time now. I'm just gonna tighten them up a little bit. Because I actually think these are good for her because she does kind of push her shoulders a little bit. So we kind of want to straighten her out. Perfect. All right, one more time. That was a good ride. And really think in the air, you're going to keep your chin up and try and keep your eye really straight so that you sort of help her not to push her shoulders over. Again, you're going to think squeezing on the reins, not blocking. Well done. Good, tall in your body. Whoa, whoa. Good. Good for staying straight there at the end. So I would actually start doing this quite a lot with her to help that right push through the shoulder, yeah? Be good for her, and you can start to tighten them up at home a little bit. Even if you just put poles on the ground or on the landing sometimes, and then she'll start to learn she can push off without leaning into that shoulder. Off the right rein, thinking like a 20-meter circle sort of, or a little bigger than that. And just circling over that twice through the bounces. And just let them find their feet through there, but try and land on the correct lead. Then we're gonna swap and go off the left twice. And same sort of thing with the other jump. You're just gonna push down into your heel and hug him with that lower leg so that if he looks, then he knows he's got a bit of support there. That's good, easy. It's okay. It's all right. One more time, and this time just stay super tall and don't let your body tip at him. Good boy. Super. Turning. So one more time, but I want you to just keep the bend a little more. So just bend into them, bend out of them. And then he'll probably land on the right lead this time. That's good. Not too quick, easy. Perfect, what a good boy. Now we'll come off the left. That was super. Again, nice and easy, not too much pace. That was a good ride, well done. And one more time. And again, just think when you are in the air at the fence, just pull your chin up a little more. I know because I work on it myself, so I see it. That's good, easy, tall. That's all right, put your leg on and we'll go one more time. Give him a pat. Good lad, that's part of his job, he's got to figure it out. But I like that you stayed tall there, so it gave him room to sort it out. Easy, just squeezing on the reins. Perfect, that's fine. Great, good boy. Give him a pat and a walk, super. This stuff's good for him too, actually. And you can make it a little harder for yourself. Like what we do at home, sometimes we'd have them slightly more this way. I haven't because they'd get in the way. And you can come off the side and just like really rolling back into them, you know, like turning a little more so it's like on a circle and they have to just do that, land on the lead, especially for horses like him.
It's like his brain is like, the first time coming to that, it's like...
I know, he's like hind legs are a long way from the brain. I'm with you, it happens. Fun with big babies. Right, so you can keep this on slightly, little bit more of a circle, but if you think she'll be spooky the first time, you can straighten up a little. Does that make sense? And you're gonna stay really tall with your leg on in case she has a look. Lower the hands, leg. Good. Okay, so now we're gonna just turn into them a little more and you're gonna turn on the landing, see if she'll land on the right lead. Good. And you're gonna be a little bit more allowing with the hand. And allow. It's fine. We're gonna go one more time. Allow. Once more, and you're gonna force yourself to give the hand when you want to pull, okay? Even if it means she makes a mistake. Yeah, good. I don't care that she didn't land on the right lead. Okay, now let's go off the left. This is something you can work on at home too when they're nice and small. Good practice. And again, when you have that moment that you wanna, whoa, you're gonna think, I'm just gonna soften and keep my leg on. Good girl, good ride, super. That was it. One more time like that, well done. Allow. Nice, awesome. You feel how much better her jump is. So a little bit what I think the habit has become is what I call arriving at the fence on the down change. Like you're going down the gears when you get there. And what we want to do is have the gears sorted so that you arrive with the revs you need and then you can allow. But when we end up, and you're not alone, a lot of people do this, it's a really easy habit. You look for the distance and you go, whoa, 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 whoa. And then you got nothing underneath you. Yeah, and then your horse kind of jumps with a cramp. And she actually jumped those really well when you allowed her.
Your horse, your friend, your companion. It's about trust and a bond built with care and hard work.
Georgina Bloomberg with
Competition brings out the best in both of us. Confidence, determination, and the sheer will to win. This is where we shine.
8 strides it is for Georgina Bloomberg. She is through.
Mane and Tail have been my go-to products for as long as I can remember. Make them part of yours.
Back pain can be common in horses. There are numerous reasons why your horse could have a sore back. Some of those include poor fitting tack, poor riding posture, and also conformation. Signs that your horse may have a sore back include sensitivity while tacking up, as well as sensitivity during grooming. Identifying back pain in horses can be done with palpation. Palpation across the back needs to be done in a consistent and steady manner. The amount of pressure is important to make sure that you don't have a false positive response. As you begin palpating down along the back, you're palpating the muscles to see if any of those muscles or areas are super sensitive or sore. If you find an area that is super sensitive or sore, try to go back to that area after a little bit of time to see if you can elicit the same response. While palpating down your horse's spine, there are certain signs that may indicate that he or she has back pain. Some of these include pinning of the ears, swishing of the tails, looking back, as well as maybe trying to bite. If you feel that your horse may have back pain or discomfort, or may have had an injury to his spine, please contact your primary veterinarian to have a full consult.
I'm Madison Uthier, and I'm the first ever breakaway roping champion at the American and the first ever women's world champion breakaway roper.
I'm Larry Deguy, 8-time WPRA world champion.
I'm Josie Connor, and I'm the 2020 Texas High School Rodeo State Champion Breakaway Roper and the 2020 Oklahoma's Richest Champion Breakaway Roper.
I'm Aspen Miller, and I'm the 2-time Mike and Sherilyn Johnson Vegas Toughest Champion and the 2020 All-In Breakaway Champion.
I'm Hope Thompson, 3-time WPRA World Champion, and this is breakawayroping.com.
I'm Madison Uthier, and this is my mental game. You know, I've kind of struggled with my mental game over the years, from having, success at bigger stages and then going back the next year and, messing up or something like that, like at the American from 2019 to 2020. I had a real hard time handling my losses. And so, getting over that and moving forward, I found that to have a good mental game in this rodeo, you got to have a short memory. I mean, if you have a bad run, you got to have criticism, but only in positive ways. You need to see what you need to work on and then go home, you work on it, but don't be too hard on yourself, because that was one thing I, was really hard on myself, and it was hard to kind of move forward and gain, positive outlooks on things. And I really try and stay positive no matter what, even if I have a bad week at like state finals or something like that. We put so much hard work into this, so I try and stay really confident in that, not too cocky ever, but just confident in myself and knowing that I can do it. And so that's another thing that I think has really helped me too, is having that confidence and knowing that you can do well wherever you go because you've put in the hard work. So those have been my main things to kind of keep myself on track and keep myself positive so I'm able to do good next places. For more tips and training like this, visit breakawayroping.com.
There's always been an undying loyalty between horse and horseman. It's a partnership built one day at a time through pure and honest dealing. Whether you ride for work, trail, or competition, Weaver Leather manufactures quality products built from only top-grade materials and always backed by our 100% satisfaction guarantee. Because your tack is the only thing that comes between you and your horse. Ride the brand with Weaver Leather.
How do we help horses thrive? We tackle problems using science. Plus, our love of horses pushes us until we get it right. We're always innovating, always researching, even with our most established feeds. Our PhDs are dedicated to the scientific method, but to help a horse reach their full potential, you need both science and love, so your horse can live their best life.
I can't even be mad at him because he wasn't even looking. It was literally just like, oh, well, you didn't really ride me to it. And if I had just tapped him and just been like, okay, right, not, I guess I should say not taking it for granted. Take every fence a little bit more like, 100%. Hey, I have to
ride every fence.
Because, my old horse, he was a prelim packer and he didn't, this one's making me ride basically. Because that one even if I didn't push up, he'd still be like, I see it, I'm going over it. And this one's like, well, if you sit there, it's not gonna, yeah. So
fair enough.
That's basically what happened, which was really my fault, so I can't be.
Otherwise,
he was great.
Next?
Ocala.
Oh, okay, cool. That's Saturday?
Yeah.
Saturday?
Friday, Saturday.
Friday, Saturday, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
We're on there, and then 3 lakes at the end of the month.
Okay, cool. And the training again there?
Yeah.
I need these keep trucking until it's easy.
Month, yeah.
Right, my body protector's just on that thing if we want to grab it. Yes. I think just trying to keep your leg on all the time a little bit, if I'm honest, is I find is the best with the young horses, just having it kind of around them. I might just go jump something easy first. What's he like when you first start him out? Is he pretty cool with whatever? Okay. buddy. Ooh. Good. 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 Boy. Ooh. Whoa. Boy. So I think it's interesting because he had a little bit of a look there, even at that little one. And honestly, I think if it was a little bit bigger and tougher, if you just sort of slobbed up there, not with your leg on, I think then where he's at, he's just that little bit green and he's very careful. So he kind of needs you to just be supporting him, your leg on and your core and everything all the time. When I first set off, he went a little bit like wooden into my hand. It was just a bit down there, and I was like, hey buddy, come here, just talk to me a little. So I was just kind of like moving my hands on the reins, wrap my leg around him, just be like, whoa bud, you don't need to just go, you know, because then he nearly, like when he goes to the first fence, even though it's tiny, he's a little bit like this because he's so careful, and then he feels like he's being a bit abandoned. Do you see what I mean? But I think he takes himself to that place. So you need to like just check in with him. And so I have a horse very similar to him, that Seeking Fortune horse. And when he was a young horse, when I first had him and did his first few events, he actually started stopping with me a little bit at the same kind of question. And then I realized that it was because he'd gotten quite big for his boots. He'd done a couple runs and he was taking over in what I had in his mouth and whatever. And so then I couldn't quite check in and say, now come here, and now we do this, if you see what I mean. And then once I sorted that so that I was like, we're together all the time, and then I could ride him. I mean, he did an intermediate last year, he did a few intermediates, you know, he totally changed as a horse. But when he felt he was taking over and I wasn't driving the ship, then he'd get there and he'd go, you know, and I think that's what's happening because he is so careful.
Because then, and it's hard, and that's what I said to Megan too. Like, it's hard because when he's on and it's there,
yes,
he can jump anything, and it's great. Like, we can go almost up to anything. But just the minute that it's not quite connected, I can't even go over like a novice. You know what I mean? An novice side fence without kind of going like this and then flying over.
Yes.
But then when he's on, it's like I can cruise around prelim, you know, and he's just like,
yeah,
I got it, and we're together. But it's really like hit or miss if it's not constantly like that.
100%. And I think you need to, you know, go around all your events thinking like, are we together? Is where he needs to be at now. That he never reaches that point where he kind of gets in that wooden place, gets a bit long, gets a little bit taking over, but he's not comfortable taking over. Do you see what I mean? And then you've got to kind of say, no, come back here, listen to me. Do you want me to just trot off that little step into water for you and stuff? And then I'll cruise up and do the other water as well, because I think if that was our little problem, then let me just play with that and then we'll put you on. Does that sound good? And I'm just gonna trot him up to it real quiet and see what he does, because he does tend to get overbold. I practice this with them, especially when they're young. I give them all the rein in, so they learn to not jump out. Good. Boy. Ooh. Ah. Good boy. Ooh. Good boy. Oh. Good. Good. Ooh. Ooh. Good boy. Good boy. Ooh. Ooh. Good. Good. Ooh. Oh, buddy. Okay, so that's interesting because he definitely properly takes over sometimes. And that was good for him to just park him in there and just say, down with the blood pressure, sunshine. But I think personally I would try a slightly different bit in his mouth that he can't grab onto. Like the same sort of thing but a Waterford or something. I mean, he was like ready to take it all on like he was a badminton. So I think that's part of your problem is that what he does when he's a big powerful horse obviously and he's young. And he gets his blood up and he bounds over the top of something and then he lands and he puts his head down and grabs a bit and goes, yeah. Off he goes and you're like, wait a minute, honey, come here.
Which is like a little bit when he was doing it more back at home in Kentucky. Remember I said that video? I'm like, he just took off and I just was like, whoa.
Yeah. You know? It's just young green horse, you know. They'll change a lot. And part of it's that he does enjoy it.
Yeah.
But he needs to now learn that he's just got to chill out a little bit. And like that's why I put him in quite deep over that one, just that one, so that he doesn't think you always power up to stuff. Because that's a little bit his thinking.
Yeah.
And I think I would do a lot of your cross-country schooling just super chill.
Okay.
You know, he doesn't need to ever be galloping fast or anything because that is in here. Like he has got plenty of go.
Yeah.
He just now needs to learn, I could just come out and have a play. Okay. It's not always like pressure, pressure, pressure. Do you know what I mean? And that's why that was good for him because the next time he was so polite to walk in the water for me, which was great. And he was like, oh yeah, I'll just stop. And he was quite happy about it, you know, but like I have to do that with some of my really strong ones. Like I'd never come out here and light them up. I just come out and, yeah. And I definitely would try like a Waterford version of this. I think you'd find he's a different horse because he won't be able to do that downward pull on you.
Okay.
And also the way you ride him, you got to be really conscious that you never just set in with your hand. You're always thinking, come here, come here, come here, like squeezing on the reins, check in, check in, check in. And he needs that because when he first jumped through that line and he was like, right, I got this.
Yeah.
And he was off and I was like, excuse me, come here. And then he's like, oh, sorry.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like, oh, he's off. Okay, should I just like...
I know, and he goes very wooden in your hand when he does that and he suddenly becomes a very gigantic horse. Yeah. So I think just teaching you how to manage that a little better will make a really big difference. I definitely would change the mouthpiece for sure. Oh, I know, I love you. You're so lovely.
I had no idea really what Pony Club was about. Until you're in it, you don't really know.
My mother needed a way to keep me, shall we say, entertained.
All you're thinking about is horses. It's almost an obsession.
If that's where the horses are at, that's where I'm gonna be.
They do notice the people, but they notice the horses first.
When she found her friends in Pony Club and found a lot of self-confidence, no one was able to touch her.
I see with my own eyes the development of young leaders to come out of this organization. They get stuff done and they give back to the community.
It's the skills, the confidence that they build for what they need in their lives, and that's what's important to us.
Well, I do this because this is who I am. I am Clark Kent currently. When I put my show clothes on, I am Super Julia.
There's so much about the animal-human bond that we don't know.
I've talked to a number of parents where they said that their kid did their first words on a horse. And I think there's some reasons for that.
There have been EEG studies done. It's fireworks, right? The entire brain is exploding and lit up.
I can see the difference that it makes in our clients' lives. Hopefully impacts them for the rest of their lives as they develop skills that they'll use for the rest of their lives.
We're gonna get it. 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 We got it! Yay! Nice!
Soft-Ride equine comfort boots were created with one thing in mind: your horse's well-being. Our patented gel orthotics conform to the sole and help distribute the load over a broader surface, providing support and comfort for shod and barefoot horses. Soft-Ride boots mimic the load distribution benefits of deep sand when a horse is on less than ideal surfaces such as blacktop or concrete, or when traveling in trailers. When wearing Soft-Ride boots, each step or weight adjustment will provide your horse support and comfort that will help them be prepared to perform at their very best. The gel orthotic helps stimulate the sole, which improves blood flow throughout the hoof as the horse shifts its weight. The elevated frog can also help increase sole depth when used consistently. The gel orthotics are designed to spring back to form after compression, providing long-term wearability for sound and injured horses. Soft-Ride comfort boots are available in 22 sizes, including narrow, to help fit your horse as accurately as possible. All Soft-Ride boots come with standard neutral density gel orthotics to provide comfort and support to sound horses. Specialty orthotics are designed for specific therapeutic uses when treating injuries, with different colors indicating different densities. All Soft-Ride gel orthotics are interchangeable. Order Soft-Ride comfort boots today at softrideboots.com.
Jackal is one of the greatest heel horses of all time. He was meant to be a heel horse.
Jackal was the only horse that I've ever seen personally that I know for sure actually loved team roping.
He became a horse that could literally just tear the back end off of a steer. He was a real cowboy kind of horse. I never really thought of that horse as a great horse when I had him. He had some attitude about him. Wanted to rear up and walk out of the box every now and then and would pin his ears and bite people. He was kind of a little outlaw.
He would stop so hard sometimes that it felt like he wasn't stopping, you know. He would slide forever.
I think he was the kind of horse that always wanted to please, always wanted to do his job, and he always wanted to do it violently.
When you cinched him up, he would start biting at the bit, pin his ears back, and you had to do like double up the reins, get ready, pull your hat down, and then try to get on as fast as you could because he was going to take off regardless. So he knows when it's game time.
Just about everyone that ever rode that horse were all winners, and that horse has won a lot over the years.
It didn't matter who rode him or what you did. He worked the same or worked good for everybody.
Basically made each one of us very successful when we had him. As much as he won over his career, he maybe got sold the most times for the most amount of money that any heel horse has ever done.
There's no telling how many miles that horse went, you know, because there was a stretch when Michael Jones had him that was the only horse he had, and he rode him everywhere. Next thing you know, Jim's riding him every steer that he runs, and he wins Cheyenne on him, which is the hardest rodeo probably on a horse that there is.
Big steers gotta just mortally fly down the arena and then turn the corner and take a huge jerk. Jackal's feet weren't necessarily the best feet in the world. To do that when he's 24, let you know how the guys that owned him, how good they took care of him.
You could just tell that he loved doing it.
That horse didn't do well if he was just sitting around not being used.
We didn't think he was gonna get old and have to retire. Like, we thought he was gonna be exactly how he was, and one day he's just gonna drop dead. Jackal made his last run at the NFR.
Round 1, 3-6 in round 2, 3-9 last night.
All I could think about was like, he's gonna drop dead. He's gonna die when he gets out the back end. Like, and I'm truly believing that. So I'm thinking, like, I don't care what's going on. I'm like, somebody's gotta get back there, like he's gonna die. That's all I'm thinking about.
Brandon Beers get across there. Steer runs and he reaches and gets him. Jim Ross squares up, got him.
Jackal passed away. He was close to 30 years old. Jim was the last guy to have him, and that's where he ended his days. If he didn't have heart, he wouldn't have made it half the time that he did.
I know he was old. I know he lived a great life. I would just suspect that that he's definitely in heaven.
He's probably the most famous hill horse of our time. I didn't ride him anywhere where somebody didn't come up and want to pet him or knew his name or, you know, knew something about him, just wanted to come take a picture with him. I just had a level of respect and love for him that probably never have again.
AQHA members get 2 free years of roadside assistance when they purchase BF Goodrich tires.
Exactly. That is not just 1, but 2 free years of roadside assistance. BF Goodrich and AQHA have partnered together in order to help support kids in the American Quarter Horse youth programs.
When the rubber meets the road, make sure you're driving with BF Goodrich tires.
Visit aqha.com/partners for more information.
You walk in and it just smells like leather.
You could be looking back at almost a time capsule and watching these guys make these fine products.
100% working by hand is better than anything else.
You still have a culture that recognizes the value of the Western lifestyle.
There's a little bit of everybody that works here's soul goes into that boot. And when you get it, you feel it.
We don't strive to be the world's most renowned, but after 100 years, you kind of become that.
Good morning. I'm Fred Bruce. This is Stan Lowen. This safety and information tidbit is brought to you by Certified Horsemanship Association. We are both certified trail guides and instructors in packing, and we're here on location at West Texas A&M University. And we're going to show you how to put up a highline picket in case you would ever like to use that if you're out in an area where you need to contain your horses and you don't have a good place to do that. First of all, we want to think about the environment. What kind of an area do we want? We're going to tie our highline to trees. So we want good, strong trees that are not dead, not a lot of junk on the ground in the way, in an area that we're not going to impact the environment. You'll notice there's no grass here, just dirt, so we're not going to adversely affect the environment. We want to use a tree saver on the trees because we do not want to damage the trees so that we can preserve our environment. Our highline picket, we use what we call a 777 rule. We put our tree saver about 7 foot tall. Most people can reach 7 foot. We want the horses a minimum of 7 foot away from the first tree. And then when we put horses on the picket, we want them a minimum of 7 foot apart. So we're going to go through showing you how to put that up so that you can use that. If you're in an area where there's one tree, not another, then you have your horse trailer. You can park it and attach one end to it. Or if you're camping in an area with no trees and two of you there with horse trailers, you can actually run it from horse trailer to horse trailer. So it can be a very useful thing. This tree saver is nylon webbing with a nice metal ring in the end. So the nylon webbing goes around the tree and then you can tie into your metal ring. We normally tie to it with a bowline knot so that it is easy to untie when we're finished. So we're not damaging this tree at all and we're keeping the horses away from it. So we're going to lay out our rope first from tree to tree, make sure we got it set out how we want it, get our spacing, and then we're going to put our loops in it because you cannot tie your loops once it's tight and you don't know where you want your loops until you lay it out. So we're going to pick this tree over here and string our rope out. We actually have quite a bit of excess rope here, but that's good. I'd rather have it too long than too short. This highline rope we're using is about 3/8 inch diameter. You want a minimum stretch rope that's quite strong but lightweight and easy to use. So we've laid it out, we've got it all set here. We're going to show you how to use some commercial products that you can use and also how to use a butterfly knot. I like to use a butterfly personally because you have less things to buy, less things to carry, but these are also convenient. These are called knot eliminators. This particular one does not have a swivel. This one has a swivel because when you put your horses on these lines, they're probably going to do some walking and moving. So if you do not have a swivel, you need to make sure you have a lead rope that has a swivel because the horse will walk around and twist your lead rope all up. Okay, to keep our 777 rule going, I'm going to step out about 7 foot here, so most adults can step about 3 foot, so about 3, 6, and a short step would be 7, or some people feel like their foot is a foot long and so they like to step it this way, but I do it the other way because it's quicker. We're going to show you how to use a knot eliminator. They're actually very simple. All you have to do is pull the high line through and put it around, and it locks itself in place and you have a nice loop. The advantage of a knot eliminator is if your rope's a little short to reach the trees, this takes very little rope, where the butterfly knot uses some rope. So just some options. I'm going to take that off. This one is the swivel one. Basically the same thing. You pull it through the loop here, you put it around here, it's locked in place, you tie your horse, and if it wants to move, this swivels so it can walk around and not tangle up to their lead rope. To put a butterfly knot in this so we have a nice loop to tie to, I'm going to turn my palm up, my thumb out, I'm going to lay the rope right across it. I'm going to lay it across to the second time, I'm going to lay across to the third time. Grab that outside rope, put it over into the middle, then take the new outside, pull it a little slack from my loop, pull it over, under, pull it through. I've got a nice loop there that's going to hold. Then I'm going to go about another 7 foot. And I'm going to do the same thing. Now to be able to tighten it, we want to be able to use a pulley system to get this tight. It's important that it stays tight. So we're going to make sure we're far enough away from that tree that when it's tight, we're still going to have everything out away from that tree, and we've got plenty of rope, so I'm going to come out here quite a ways so we've got room to tighten it. I'm going to lay that over my palm again, a second time, a third time. I'm going to grab that outside, put it over, it's now the middle, take the new outside, pull it up, and pull it through here. One thing that I do not want to do when I use this pulley system, if I run my rope through here, I slide that rope through, I burn my rope, and I've effectively ruined my rope. So you can use a rope snap or a carabiner or some metal surface, clip it on here, and now you have a smoother pulley. It's also convenient because you can snap it on here and you don't have to run the whole rope through here. Okay, we've got our carabiner here so we won't burn our rope and ruin it because we want to be able to use it multiple times. Equipment's expensive, so we try to take good care of it. So we get it out here so we can really get it tight, because it will stretch some, but you want a minimum stretch rope and you want it nice and tight. So we're going to pull this up tight. Okay, I'm going to hold some tension on here. I'm going to come up and grip it together so it don't slip loose. I'm going to make a half hitch and I'm going to go over both of those ropes because it helps to lock them together. Got my half hitch. I'm going to do a second half hitch just to secure it. Make sure it stays in place. I'm going to coil up this excess rope and get it out of the way. We want a nice clean camp area. We don't want the horses to tangle up in it, or if we come out in the middle of the night to check our horses, we don't want to tangle up in it. So I'm going to just lay it right over that rope, pull its tail back through itself. We're going to slide it down here next to the tree so it's out of the way and everything's nice and clean. Okay, you might wonder, if you're not a very tall person and you've got this 7 foot, you say, I can't reach it, how am I going to tie my horse? It's really easy to solve. You just toss your lead rope over it, pull it down to where you can get to it to tie it, and then you can tie your horse. Another thing you might want to consider, if you've got some young horses and you're a little bit worried about if they get excited, scared, scare all the horses on the line and stir them up, you might want to have an emergency breakaway. Actually, hay string makes a very nice emergency breakaway if you're worried about that. So it depends on if you want to make sure your horse is secure or if you want that emergency breakaway. So for an emergency breakaway, you can just take some hay string, put it on there, probably a little smaller than that, and tie your lead rope to that. If the horse gets really afraid, pulls really hard, this hay string will break. You won't tear your whole line down and get all your horses loose. So there's a lot of different options that you can go with. We've got these nice registered American quarter horses that's part of the WT program. We're going to put them on this picket line and let them get comfortable with it. So once again, if it's a little too tall, just toss your lead rope over it, pull it down where you can reach it, and go ahead and put the horse on. Make sure they're not too long. You don't want them to get in trouble. The longest length is barely touch about a foot or so from the ground, so you can kind of unclip, check that, put that back on. That way you can put a nose bag on and feed them. They can touch the ground. You can put a flake of hay there. But I always like to shorten them before I go to sleep. Pull them up about like that. They can still walk circles. They can still be comfortable. They can still lay down, because if they lay down, the line will give a little bit. So they can be very rested by morning time, very comfortable. So it's a nice place to keep them. They can walk circles. They can be comfortable. Again, you can tie several ways. You can do a quick release. You can do a bowline. You can just loop it around itself like that. It's very easy to tie, very quick to get loose if you need to. Then we have a second registered American quarter horse, part of the WT program, and safety tidbit brought to you by the Certified Horsemanship Association, and hope you'll go out and try this. It's a good way to enjoy your horses, enjoy nature out in areas where there's not a lot of facilities provided. Thank you.
Listening to your horse's gut sounds is part of a normal physical exam or obtaining your horse's vital parameters. Let me show you how it's done. Place your stethoscope on the upper portion of the flank, listening for any sorts of noise. Noise may be indicative of normal motility versus no noises may be of concern. Additionally, an increased amount of noises may be indicative of hypermotility. Be sure to listen in the upper and lower quadrants on both the left and right hand side of the horse. Typically, gut sounds should be present in all healthy horses. Approximately 1 to 3 gut sounds per minute indicates good digestive health. Listening to gut sounds in times of colic may help you and your primary veterinarian determine the severity and cause of colic. Please reach out to your primary veterinarian for further questions.
Thank you for joining us on Horse Week.
What makes this story really interesting is Bet wasn't easy. There's been times Lindy was scratching her head and thinking, what in the world have I got into? But she knew this mare was great all along. One thing I know about Lindy Birch, there's no give up in her. So when she started riding this horse, it didn't have a choice. It was going to be a winner.
Bet Your Blue Boons. The very first time I put her on a cow, I just felt how great she could be. You know, she kind of wanted to do it her way, and she didn't really want to do it for 2.5 minutes for the longest time. I'd cut 2 cows and she'd be extraordinary, and then she'd walk off on the last cow. I mean, everybody said to me, you know, you need to get rid of her. You just need to get rid of her. You need to quit on her. She's just not going to make it. Something's wrong with her. And I said, nope, I'm not quitting. I kept feeling just places of brilliance. She suffered a little injury when the end of her 4-year-old year. She chipped a sesamoid in the pen she was in. She had to have surgery, and they took that chip out, so she had about 2 months off. The second I put her back on a cow when she was 5, she was like, she had it. She turned a switch, and she just said, I got this. Bet's greatest attribute probably was her athletic ability. Controlled chaos, maybe, is a good way to describe it. And it almost would jerk my arm out of my shoulder socket. She would just jump, and then her stops were, she could stop quicker than any horse I've ever ridden. She'd stop all 4 legs, and all of a sudden it'd just be like you hit a brick wall, only there's no wall there. But she would stop in the right spot in order to turn the cow and then jump across it and be able to stop it again. It's just like you got in a car and hit the turbo and off we went.
Watch your cut. Go ahead, Lindy Birch. Pick that tempo up.
Most of the time, she laid down runs that you couldn't get close to. I mean, I've shown with her and against her, and probably was the toughest horse I ever tried to go beat was Bet Your Blue Boons.
Or if she drew up last, the cutting was never over until Bet was done. And if she drew up early, she set the bar. There were a lot of really good horses in that field that she competed in, and they sharpened each other up.
If I cut the right cows for her and got out of her way enough, she could hold anything. And I have lots of memories of her holding cows that I thought we'd lost. And all of a sudden, we'd be over there and she stopped the cow, and we were still in it. She wanted to win. She was the greatest winning horse I've ever ridden because she just loved to win. My favorite accomplishment, the buckle I wear, of course, is the world champion rider, and that's Bet's buckle. I retired Bet at 11. I started breeding her. She became known as $1 million producer. And then I got a whole new relationship to build with her as a broodmare, almost another 20 years. In her lifetime, she's had 27 foals. The legacy that she's left, all the mares and foals that I still own or that have achieved success with someone else, I get to share in that. I've been with that mare every day for 31 years. We just got to have this great relationship where I took care of her and we were just best friends. I think she molded me into being a better rider and a better trainer, a better showman.
Lindy Burke.
I've had a longer relationship with Bet Your Blue Boons than really almost any friend or family member. There were two really different careers with Bet, and, you know, I just loved them both.
I was lucky I had a fresh horse under me, and he kind of took care of me that night.
We had so many close calls, and I can just remember, I don't want to die here.
It was moving so fast that it just overtook them.
All my sisters and I, we lost our houses.
We just always put those cows first.
There were more cowboys out there trying to move the cattle out of harm's way. The fire changed directions enough that just totally surprised them and swept over them, and there just wasn't anything that anybody could do.
You spend your whole life babying them and taking care of the sick ones and trying to keep them alive, and it's tough having to go around and put a lot of them down. There's nothing out here, you know, but black ash.
Firefighters are trying to stop wildfires burning out of control.
Traditional ground fighting tactics are failing.
The fires have killed at least 6 people.
People who've been affected by these fires make their living in agriculture. They produce the food that
a tremendous amount of standing grass that could be accurately described as standing gasoline, just waiting to explode.
That day, it was very warm, no humidity, and it was really, really, really windy.
We quite often have the conditions that we had every single year. The big key factor is the strength of the winds, where winds are 30 to 40, gusting over 60 for an extended period of time. It just takes the slightest little spark to send a fire racing 50 miles an hour across the prairie.
Your small fires are fun, that's all right to say, but you have big fires like what we just went through, there's nothing fun about them. It burned into our backyard really fast. Within 20 or 30 minutes, it was in LaForge. We had 7 trucks in a line. And when that head fire come to us, we hit it and it rolled over the top of us like we wasn't even there. And that's when we knew we was in trouble.
Those fires have been burning all day, and we decided we probably ought to go start gathering some cows. My wife was in the feed pickup and I was on a horse. I was just gonna try and push up the young calves and keep them with the cows. We started smelling smoke. It started getting so hot it was pretty uncomfortable, and I decided we'd probably just leave those cows there and get out. It's just kind of a helpless feeling that you can't get them out of harm's way when conditions are like that. We pretty much just watched everything that was out here burn.
When I first saw the smoke, I turned on the scanner. They kept saying it was getting further and further and faster, and so I called Heath and told him it's headed for your place, you better get ready.
And he said, man, they say it's moving like 70 miles an hour, you better get out of there. I said, good enough for me, we're gone, you know, and we left.
We've had fires, but you could get in front of them and pull cattle out of the way, move them, but not this one. You just had to get out of the way.
I was halfway cranked up on my trailer and I get a phone call saying, you need to get out of there now. So I cranked the rest of the way up and figured I could go faster without a trailer. And I got out of there and the fire was just all around me, like surrounding me, and smoke very thick at that point. On the phone with my sister that night, and I can just remember telling her, Jenny, I don't want to die here, because I just figured if I don't get burned up in the truck, I'm going to die from smoke inhalation. And she said, you're by the wheat field, get on it. That night, we had so many close calls, life or death close calls.
I feel like we did all we could do, considering the conditions and how fast that fire really was moving. But there's a lot of people that lost a lot.
The impact on life, property, and livestock is just incredible with these big fires. Upwards of 100,000 cattle displaced, a large percentage actually killed. 3 individuals over in the LaForge fire that actually died trying to get the cattle away from the fire, but it just overwhelmed them too quick.
Cody Crockett and Sidney Wallace and Sloan Everett, the 3 that died in the fire, doing what they felt compelled to do to get a herd to safety, no matter what the risk. They are all as good of cowboys as you can find anywhere.
If it was my guess, I would say every fire that they've ever seen before, they could pick a spot out and kind of watch it burn to them and have plenty of time to get out of there. Where this fire was moving at 70 miles an hour, when it got to their spot or over that hill that they was waiting for it to get to, it was on top of them right now.
If your job is to move those cattle, whether you're helping somebody or doing it for your own, that is utmost priority. It's maybe the valor of being a cowboy.
The WRCA is located, headquartered in Amarillo, Texas. It is important for people to know the association has a philanthropic arm, which is, of course, the Working Ranch Cowboys Foundation. So all of the efforts, all the money, everything that's ultimately raised is geared towards helping fund projects that support the working rancher and the working ranch cowboy. So we actually have a wildfire assistance fund. It's restricted money that will go simply to that situation.
WRCA, this is Peyton.
In the early phases of this crisis, we knew there were going to be a lot of phone calls. We really couldn't imagine what ultimately happened over the following week. If we could have put a cell phone in one hand, the work phone in the other, from daylight to dark, it never stopped. From a historical perspective, the WRCA and our foundation, this would definitely be the largest single crisis situation, not just for us, but for all the different states affected. Certainly there have been other fires, there have been other drought situations, there have been tornadoes and other catastrophic situations, but the sheer acres consumed, the lives lost, the cattle numbers that are lost, structures, houses, barns, attack, equipment, horses, even sheep, dogs, pigs, I mean, it goes on and on. It probably rivals anything that we've seen in most of our lifetimes. Thank you for doing that. We appreciate it very much. Yes, ma'am. God bless you. Bye.
We came over here first, gonna work our way back east, and all these cattle were pretty good, just lost maybe 10 head over here, so I thought, well, it's not gonna be that bad. But the further east we got, it's more and more dead cattle and burnt ones that needed to be put down.
Basically, when you drove around, you found a lot of cattle that the entire pasture burned off, and they were just unscathed. I don't know where they got. Some of them, I think, stayed by the windmills where it's all grubbed out, where we've been feeding. But the ones that ran from it wasn't so good on them. It was moving so fast that it just overtook them. They couldn't outrun it.
It hurt a lot. It messes with you for sure. You know, you drive around all morning looking at them and think, oh, I can save them. Just give me time to get to them again. And then by that afternoon, there's no way you can save them. You just gotta put them down. Wes called one morning and said, hey, I got some guys here with big tractors. They want to come help with the deads. They came out and I kind of just showed them where they were, and they just went straight to work, putting them in piles where they were a good place to either bury them or get a truck to them. You don't have to go see them scattered out across the pasture every day, and just kind of getting things cleaned up make you feel a lot better about it.
These cows belong to Pete Bonds, and he found a home for them. And I think the plan for now is for them to just keep them for us a little bit. I mean, there's nothing out here, you know, we having to hay them every bite that they get, and they'd just be better off and not walking around breathing this black ash.
We gathered all these and loaded all of them on the trucks. I'm happy they're going somewhere where they can have a good home for a while, but at the same time, and would rather be out feeding them and taking care of them.
I imagine the plan is to let it green up, you know, maybe 3 or 4 months you could bring them back.
The whole ranch is burned off, all of it. We had over 500 head that died. All my sisters and I, we lost our houses. There was a 100-year-old building here that we used as an office. We lost it.
That's the barn. Looking at it,
And 100-year-old barn, lost it. My parents' house, somehow a neighbor was able to come in from the north side. I don't know how they made it through the fire, but they did. And they were able to keep it at bay because it burnt right up to the steps of my parents' house. Don't know how they did it, but they did it. It's been just amazing how generous people have been, and I have been amazed at hay donations. I've been in charge of that, and I've got a whole list of people that want to donate.
We came out here and there was some people that had gotten on my tractor and they were unloading some hay. I had never met them. They didn't know me. They just drove until they found a place that was burnt out. Come to find out, they had drove up from Dallas. I shook their hand and they left. Since then, it's just been a flood of people doing that. I just can't describe the help that we've got. It kind of changes the way you think about the world.
Organizations all over Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Colorado have banded together. They were almost, you could say, ground zero in some cases. Put themselves out there and said, we are going to be your point of contact for supplies. Bring us your hay, bring us your fencing. 3 days later, they were simply saying, where is this coming from? The lots are full of hay. In the early days, there's reports of trucks just driving through the streets of Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas, caravans upon caravans of 18-wheelers bringing hay to people they don't even know.
Hey, who's carrying bottles? Don't you all be leaving?
Learning about the fires was easy. We could see them. They were too close for comfort. And of course, Meade's a small town and news spreads very rapidly.
It was pretty evident to me that we were going to need to be doing a lot to help for a very long time. We were out driving around trying to figure out just where to start, what needed to be done. It didn't take a rocket scientist to see that a lot of calves were walking around looking for Mama, and she was gone. I thought, well, at least my kids could take in, you know, my parents or something. But then I thought, it's going to go way farther than that. And not everybody has grandkids with moms crazy enough to agree to let them take in bucket calves. So that's when I thought, we need to find people who can do this. Our 4-H club had emailed about wanting to help at that time, and then Rochelle and I talked, and we didn't really know what we were getting into, which is probably God's way of making us still do it. Anything that ate and seemed ready and healthy and not terribly burned went directly to the trailer of the person who is going to take it home and take care of it.
The producers don't have time to worry about these, and if we don't take care of them, they're just going to have to haul them off to the sale barn.
I was adamant it could not cost the rancher anything and that the calves would go back to the ranchers because they don't need to lose anything else. And this is one of our ways of making sure they don't have to. I'm so proud of those kids because they're really learning a lot about responsibility, helping others without expecting anything in return, just stepping in and doing whatever we ask.
The ag community, the 4-H community, when somebody needs help, we have so many people willing to step up and just do what needs to get done.
If it hadn't been for neighbors, there's no way I could have gotten anything hardly done. We'd be in a real bind.
We have had so much support from our local community, and then the ag community has been amazing. I want people to know what ag life really looks like. I want them to know why we do this, even in the terrible bad times. And we still do it. There are people who have years and years of rebuilding, and they aren't gonna stop to think, I can't do this. Now they may stop and think, how am I gonna do this? But I want people to see that when it's hot and windy and nasty, when it's cold and wet, and when it's burned up and there doesn't seem to be anything left.
The reason I think that we can handle situations like this so well is we come from really good stock. It may be in our DNA to be able to handle hardship and tragedy with a chin up.
We just take care of the cattle and the country.
It hurt us for now, but it'll come back better.
We're just waiting for it to rain.
The rain comes and it makes everything bright and green again, and when it starts getting green, everybody starts getting happier. It's cycles, it's the seasons. We're going through a season of death and tragedy, and we'll go through a season of celebration.
We're going to help people get back in the saddle, so to speak, today, 6 months, 8 months, a year from now. Hopefully, the giving will still continue, and hopefully we will still be able to help people as they need it.
I don't think we're through it yet. I think there's still more to come, but we're just going to go day by day and keep fighting. That's all we know how to do.
If you share a passion for horses, it's important for all of us to be aware of the federal issues that surround and impact horses, as well as the industry that involves them. your voice, your involvement, your ability to take action when Congress or federal agencies are making decisions is crucially important to shaping the future for the horses we love and care for. Not sure how you can help? Join the American Horse Council's Congressional Cavalry today. It's our grassroots network of members, and it's free to folks like you. Join the Congressional Cavalry today and let your voice be heard.
You could be looking back at almost a time capsule and watching these guys make these fine products.
100% working by hand is better than anything.
You still have a culture that insists on quality and recognizes the value of the Western lifestyle.
Every single morning when I open the doors and I'm ladies, I feel like I'm coming into my house.
There's a little bit of everybody that works here's soul goes into that boot. And when you get it, you feel it.
We just had to keep on plugging. It gets tougher every year to make the absolute best. As soon as you walk in this 100-year-old building, the saddle leather, the boot leather, it is an experience. I want it to smell like this, like a step back in time. M.L. Leddy was my grandfather. He started out originally a cotton farmer, just like his father, in a little town right outside of Brady, Texas. And when he baled his first bale of cotton, got it into town, sold it, he figured he had lost $5 on the transaction. He had passed a help wanted sign in a little saddle shop in Brady, went back, took the job, and learned how to make handmade saddles. Adjacent to it was a little shoe and boot repair shop. That intrigued him, and he worked there at night helping the old timer in the boot shop. One day, a rancher brought in a boot for repair, and my grandfather had learned enough and had been around long enough that he thought that he could pull this off, and he completely took a finished boot that just needed new soles on it apart, using those pieces as patterns, and made a whole brand new boot from it. When the man came to pick up his boot that he left for repair, the old man said, "Hey, this kid helping me made this boot, try this on." The man claimed it was the most comfortable, best fitting boot he had ever had, buys them, starts telling all of his rancher friends and farmers. They start coming into the little man's shoe and boot repair shop, wanting a boot made by this Leddy kid. He had 8 brothers, and at one time or the other, almost all 8 of them worked for him some shape, form, or fashion, most of them in either being taught how to make boots or saddles. You know, we've got some old ledgers where I've seen that during the Depression, there was no pay. It was just here's food for your family, and here's equity in the company. And that was all anybody hoped for. Many in those times was to be able to feed their families. And they were fortunate to stay alive enough to where, as other small boot and shoe shops were going out of business, my grandfather would buy them out and get the inventory, the raw materials, at a much lower cost, so he was able to maintain a business. And he ends up moving to San Angelo in 1936 and buys out an existing good boot company at the time. In a short amount of time, the business swelled to much larger. So he starts buying out his brothers to leave room for his own children. And a group of his brothers actually took their purchase money and moved to Fort Worth and opened a store there that was actually a competitive store. My grandfather told him at the time that, hey, I can't tell you can't go and do what I've taught you to do, but if you put a leady shingle out there, remember to offer the best product you can make, and more importantly, should you ever choose to sell the business, offer it back to the family where you learned your trade.
Each generation has been able to adapt to changing times without straying from the basic principles that M.L. Leddy instilled. We still do things basically the same way that M.L. Leddy did starting in 1922.
When you're a customer of ours, it becomes all about you. We hand fit you and then we build the last.
You have someone's undivided attention.
If the fit process takes an hour and a half, 2 hours, you spend that kind of time with someone, you start to develop that rapport.
And you get to choose everything. The type of leather, the color, the stitch pattern, the toe style, the heel height. It's just completely custom. It's completely handmade.
Cowboys, ranchers, and people who make a living off cowboys and ranchers is the rock solid heart of our business. Post-war business was good all over the nation, in particular probably Fort Worth. Our business is in the stockyards, the cattle business that was growing stronger and stronger. So much of it went through Fort Worth at the time. So you had meat buyers, meat sellers, and it was always a mecca of places to purchase things cowboys wanted. Tack, riding gear, handmade boots, and our store was on the crossroads. Here in West Texas, there was a drought, a 10-year drought where it basically did not rain for 10 years. And it was devastating to the farmers, the ranchers, all out in this area. Consequently, it's devastating to our business that relied so much on that localized trade. That my grandfather in the early 50s literally filled his station wagon at that time full of boots, handed my father the keys and said, drive until you've sold all these boots. He gets to Houston, huge event here in Houston. It's the Houston Rodeo. So my father and my uncle set up a booth at the Houston Rodeo. My father and my uncle, whose personality were both awesome, but in particular, my father was just if you ever met him, you want to do business with that person. The booth that we started, that was originally probably 10 feet by 15, is now about a 3,500 square foot pop-up store. The mentality of what they call the greatest generation, you do what you had to be done. Got us through the Depression, got us through the war years, got us through the drought, and one common denominator was we have, from the very beginning to now, it's always been nothing, it's only family. Just as long as you can feed your family, as long as you can keep your boot makers and your saddle makers busy, we don't strive to be the world's most renowned, but after 100 years, you kind of become that.
M.L. Leddy had 2 sons and a daughter, Dale and Hollis Leddy and Joyce Leddy. He hired my father, Wilson's father, Jim Franklin, to work for him. And soon my father asked Mr. Leddy if I could court your daughter, and he courted her and he married her. When Mr. Leddy died in 1957, my father had grown to be the person that the customers knew because he was on the floor.
M.L. Leddy sold his company to his 2 sons and his son-in-law.
Sometime in the late 60s, when The stockyards in Fort Worth started having some changes of economic times, and the ownership there offered it back to this M.L. Leddy family. And so now both of them are all under the same M.L. Leddy origin.
Our dad had put us to work every day after school and on the weekends, the Franklin children. Eventually, my uncles were ready to retire. That was in 1980. And that's when my dad, Jim Franklin, signed a note and helped my brother buy my uncles out.
Each generation moving forward has bought out the other. And so it's not an inherited entity.
M.L. Leddy started it, and Franklins are continuing it on.
Here in San Angelo, one of the salesmen will take you out in the shop and you can see firsthand how the boots are made. We only make 7 pair of boots a day.
Everything we do is done by hand. If there's a machine, it's a person operating it, not a computer. And everything on it is not perfect. I may pull out a boot and show them how the stitching on the top is not perfect because a person powders that pattern on that top and she just goes to stitching it. That's why they look touchable. That's why they don't look stamped out. When you leave, you know you've been waited on and you feel like you were special. And that's how we were taught to treat people. That's how I like to be treated. It comes naturally for all of us. My grandfather, M.L. Leddy, said we will always have a boot no greater than the working man cowboy's wages for the month.
For me as a working cowboy, I can come here and say, this is what I need in a cowboy boot. And we could go to the back and we can go through all of the leather they have and I can pick out what I think is suitable for a boot that, we're gonna be working on the ground, going through the brush, we're gonna be horseback, we're gonna be in the dirt, in the rocks, the cactus. Everything can be thrown at the leather and the boots are gonna hold up. I know a lot of good cowboys that have started wearing M.L. Leddy boots because they realize that they're not just a fancy boot for somebody in Dallas. They're for ranchers and cowboys as well.
We also do our own repair of those boots, just like my grandfather started doing it nearly 100 years ago. And you'll see boots that it's obvious this boot lives with a spur on it. It stands in the manure and everything, but he knows this leather will take it, this boot will take it.
And what they built me is a boot that's gonna last forever. As long as they can put new soles on them, I'll keep wearing them.
I started at M.L. Leddy's in 1982. We build saddles custom from start to finish. We start out with the leather, the trees, the hardware. It involves not just building the saddle, but all the decoration that goes with it, carving or stamping. When a customer comes in, he may want a saddle for one of the modern events like cutting or team penning or roping, or he may want to duplicate Granddad's saddle. And we can do those kinds of things. We don't restrict ourselves to just one type or style of saddle. The company has been in business since 1922, so even though those old-time saddle makers are no longer around, we have a lot of those saddles that we can reference. I started out of necessity building a saddle for myself and repairing saddles on a ranch I worked on. Building saddles has been a passion for me, and I think that's true of most custom saddle makers. It can be a very demanding trade. It's one of those trades that you really have to love doing to be successful at it. I've found a good fit here working for the Franklin family, so I've stayed put since.
We won't have ML Eddies without continuing to make high-quality products. We're not trying to be the cheapest, we're trying to be the best.
The amount of business that we have is mixed of cowboy, working on the ranch, working in the oil field, as judges, lawyers, ladies that wear to work with their Gucci's, their Pradas. It's high fashion, all the way down to stepping in the manure.
One of the things that we try to do is make shopping an experience. I really think that's one of the reasons that we're still here. There's approximately a 10-month wait for our custom ML Eddy boots. We have to make our customer excited about that wait.
One of the things that we really specialize is full custom boots. We have over 1,000 pair to look at, but that's not the limitations of what we can do. It's really up to their own creativity. If somebody has an idea, if they want to draw it out, and Jason here in Angelo is a very good artist, so he can help sketch out something and try to replicate that in a tooling or a leather inlay. You can kind of tell their story, 5 different pieces of that customer's life symbolized somewhere in the tops of those boots.
We have a lot of people that come through San Angelo that are just passing through. And so I bring them through the production end, and they're just amazed that we're still in business for so long, and there's not any big computers and machines that are just grabbing and stapling and putting things together, and that there's people sitting here doing this.
I started ML Eddies in April 1979. Any kind of toes they're asking for, I'm in charge to making the shape and everything on it. My job is not really change it because I still do it the way I do it for 40 years. But it's a little different in the areas that make more quality boots.
These people, they're our family. We have a lot of people that aren't blood, but they're family.
Mr. Wilson, Mr. Jim Franklin, Beverly, Martha, I feel it like I'm part of the family.
And we need their human factor, their care factor. This is just as much part of them as it is us. There's a little bit of everybody that works here's soul goes into that boot, and when you get it, you feel it.
Once you get a custom pair of boots and your measurements are in a big red ledger, that's powerful.
We've got books full of wannabes to already ours, in politics, in movies, in music, fashion. I think they would appreciate it if I just kind of left it at that.
Whether you're famous or whether you are a working cowboy, your delivery is the same. You can't pay an expediting fee. Just because you have the money to spend, that does not move you up further in the line. I think that's the best example of how they're treated equally.
There's nothing like the fit of something that's really, really made for you. And when it comes to cowboy boots, no one's last fits like an ML Eddy boot.
If we do our job correctly, that boot is going to feel so good, you're going to wear it so much more. When you're going to be on your feet and you want to be comfortable, you're going to go to that boot.
The word of mouth business has forever been almost our only advertising tool. Nothing is as any more powerful than the person who knows your product, knows the quality of your service, and that person will pass it on to the next, and that person to the next.
They just make a really nice looking boot. I've seen a lot of different boots over my life, and I can tell a Letty boot. They just have a classy look about them.
There is a special feeling when people come to Letty's and they tell you that their grandfather wore Letty boots, their father wore Letty boots, their mother, and they've been saving for 5 or 6 years. And this was something on their bucket list. They've wanted a pair of Letty boots all their life. Here I am, just show me what I need to do, help me find the boot I need. And that just tells us that we're doing the right thing, we're doing it right. Mel hired people to just do one thing and become an expert at it.
This is what they do for ML Letty, and they are the best in the world at doing it. 3 or 4 years ago, I added up that if you just concentrated on the boot-making intelligence, that in that little shop, there were over 500 years of boot-making experience, all under this one roof. I am extremely proud to be third generation family member of something my grandfather started in 1922, ML Letty. And I'm even doubly proud that I'm helping raise the fourth generation that will carry this business on another 100 years. I think from a customer standpoint, they're going to walk in and see the passing from this old man generation here to this younger generation and won't see any difference.
My biggest concern is making sure that the knowledge is passed on, and that goes all across the board. You can't go and teach somebody this stuff overnight. You can't teach them that in a year. It takes years of dedication to be able to do what these guys are able to get their hands to make. Recruiting people that want to come in and learn that and basically dedicate their working life to that, it's going to be a big challenge. Times change pretty rapidly. This hasn't really changed that much, and I think that draws a lot of people to it. It's not that progress is always bad, but it can take you back to, almost simpler times.
I see it as a big advantage working for a family-owned business versus a corporation, because as things change, you still have a culture that insists on quality and recognizes the value of the Western lifestyle.
A lot of people ask me how ladies doing. I say, well, we're making boots. I'm a boot maker now for 40 years, and I'm still there. And I say, that is my life, because I love my job. I like what I'm doing. I really do.
A lot of our customers we consider family and friends. I don't know how Neiman Marcus works. They have a lot of business. They have a lot of good customers, but I don't think they all have them on each other's cell phones. We do.
They will walk out at the very least knowing that they've never been in any place like it ever before, and probably never will again. I doubt if anyone could recreate what we've been able to survive approaching 100 years.
I love horses. I've always loved horses, and I love all of mine, but there's just this special spot for Galeno. He was my first adopted horse. It's almost like he anticipates sometimes. He's checking on me. He's the horse I want to spend my bad day with.
Jennifer and Galeno have a very strong relationship. Galeno is not only her heart horse, but her once-in-a-lifetime horse. That horse that your heart speaks to.
I've had Galeno for almost 7 years, and we've worked hard. And he's still green, we're still learning.
Galeno's adoption from Bluebonnet Equine Rescue is one of the many reasons that a home for every horse was founded. There are more than 100,000 horses without homes in the United States. A Home for Every Horse is a rescue resource that works to bridge the gap between the companies, the rescues, and the people that want to help them.
Bluebonnet Equine Humane Society is a nonprofit horse rescue. We mainly take in horses from law enforcement seizures that are seized for neglect. To get them back to where they're healthy is just amazing in itself. And then to gain their trust, it's very rewarding.
At Purina, we are dedicated to helping horse rescues and sanctuaries provide quality nutrition to the animals in their care. Since 2011, through Purina's partnership with A Home for Every Horse, we've been able to donate over 1,200 tons of feed to 501c3 horse rescues throughout the United States.
I think our biggest role in the industry is taking horses that are in awful situations and helping them find the forever home.
In 2016, the Anheuser-Busch Foundation joined with Purina and A Home for Every Horse to provide additional grant funds for 3 horse feeds that are given to horse rescues every year.
It's not just one individual person. It's a collaborative effort by a group of people that love horses.
And you're helping someone who in turn may just turn out and, help you out like Galeno does for me.
How do we help horses thrive? We tackle problems using science. Plus, our love of horses keeps us working until we get it right. Even with our most established feeds, we keep innovating. Even when it takes years of research, there is always more to learn. Our PhDs are dedicated to the scientific method, but it can't capture the feeling of seeing a horse reach their full potential. It takes science and love, each pulling its weight, to help your horse live their best life.
When you're talking Martha Josie, you're talking about a living legend. She impacted barrel racing as nobody else has.
Watch that turn off that second barrel.
I'll tell you one thing, because she is an excellent rider.
There'll never be another Martha Josie, ever.
She's going to do it again tonight. Take a run at it.
All right, Lynn, she's placed in every go so far.
Nice run for Martha.
1474.
It takes a legend to make the National Finals Rodeo for 4 decades.
Not only did she win world championships, she took that knowledge and passed it on to other people.
Hundreds of thousands of lives have been touched.
How many little girls are going to remember Martha Josie and what she's helped them do in their career?
Martha definitely had to overcome a lot of odds in her life.
Medical doctors telling her, you may never walk again.
I think that adversity brings out the best in a person. You can do anything you want to if you want it bad enough.
Just what it's going to take. She is a Cinderella story.
Horses are the greatest thing that can happen to people. Even as a little girl, that's all I wanted to do was ride, ride, ride.
When you say Martha Josie, you're talking about a rider.
You are talking about barrel racing, and she trains probably some of the greatest barrel horses in the world.
One of the most special times in Martha's life was the 1980 NFR. You know, she's actually competing against people that she helped train.
Get ready with Lynn McKenzie now.
I'll tell you what, look at this horse run. This first NFR was... Lynn McKenzie and I are nick and tough. She's a student, so I'm really proud of her, but I want to beat her.
Every young girl's dream, I think, is to make the NFR. At the end of the 10 rounds, whoever's got the most money won is your world champion.
It was down to the 10th run, and that's when it's pretty exciting. I'm thinking, I want this run, and I want it bad.
It is the toughest. We drive thousands and thousands of miles for 16 seconds. You're in the road 24 hours a day. You stop, you fuel up, you have blowouts, you have trailer malfunctions, you have horse malfunctions. 16 seconds into it, and it's over. When I was born, my dad was in the quarter horse business and brought the very first quarter horse into East Texas. My memories of Daddy and I would ride down into the meadows and the cornfields. He loved horses, and he really instilled it in me. You know, he wanted me to be a cowgirl. My dad, he passed away when I was only 10 years old. It was very hard because being a daddy's girl, it really took a toll on me. And my mother actually had to sell all the horses, and we had no way to take care of them. But she kept one stallion, thinking that someday maybe I could get to ride again. And then one day, I went to a rodeo in Shreveport, Louisiana. And I thought, I don't belong up in the stands, I belong down there with the horses. The next day, I hunted up my daddy's old roping saddle. My horse had not been out of the stall for 8 years. Put that saddle on and found an old rusty barrel, and I started barrel racing. And my dream was to be that champion that my daddy wanted me to be. I said, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be a cowgirl. Barrel racing was just really getting started. Cowgirls were wanting to do something, and they knew that it was going to be hard riding bulls and broncs, but I did some of that too. Back then, the girls just went and had a good time and said, well, we're going to do something too. So they invented the sport. 3 barrels and the fastest horse wins. My mother had an old Buick that had 300,000 miles on it. I rented a trailer for $5 every time I'd go anyplace. I just had that drive, and the barrel racing just really came kind of natural. At that time, My mother and I was living in my grandmother's house, and it burnt. Everything we had was in that home. That was a hard time in my life.
For a senior in high school, that was very traumatic to lose your home and everything you had.
Anytime you have the low, you need to go to the high. I thought, I've still got my horse. I'll still ride. And I made up my mind I could do everything I wanted to.
In spite of the difficulties that had occurred, and I shouldn't use such a word as difficulty when I'm speaking of losing your house and of losing your father, such a benign word. No, in spite of the disasters which had occurred in her life, she could have quit. That's not in her.
Been to 11 national finals rodeos, and she's done it on 7 different horses.
U.S. Equestrian. Thousands of equestrians have united
to watch, to learn,
to experience,
to compete. In the pursuit of fairness, safety, welfare, and joy.
From the grassroots to the Olympic Games.
Each with personal goals, but all united together for the joy of horse sports.
Ride united. Ride with U.S. Equestrian.
I was born here in Murray, Kentucky. It's a very small town. I actually studied equine science here. It's not your typical dressage community. It's very small. You know, we don't have really much of any shows, maybe 1 or 2. It's a small community and I really love it. Dressage, it's really beautiful. The fluidity of it, I just absolutely love how it looks. But with dressage, you have to take your time. I'm not a patient person, so it really helps me learn to do one thing at a time and do it correctly. And it really helps me in day-to-day life as well.
When Chandra first got here, she had had very little dressage education. She just had a really big passion for riding. She needed to find something that was going to be gentle and steady and learn at her pace, and that was Cassie.
Cassie adds a lot of spice to my life. She is half Andalusian, the other half is thoroughbred. Andalusians are really great in dressage, and she really has the durability. She's really strong, tough mare. Nothing phases her, and thoroughbred side, she gets a little bit of that spiciness from. So it's the best of both worlds, really.
It's been really beautiful to watch them to grow together because Cassie's very talented and Chandra has a lot of passion. In 4 years, she's gone from just walking the horse and doing groundwork and lunging her to then starting to progress and get the horse slowly on the bit and take contact and start to learn the basics of dressage. That is the real beauty of it, is having a horse that becomes so deeply bonded to the rider that they literally know what you think. They can feel you breathe and they read your mind. Watching them progress has been absolutely beautiful.
Their bond really has grown so much. Like, I remember she could barely even do a trot on her when she first got her, and now she's doing all kinds of stuff with her. So the more she did it, the more she got into it, the more focus she put into it, it just kept growing from there. It's incredible to see where she started to where she is now in the short time that it's been.
In the dressage world, the image is a skinny, white, thin girl, and that's not me at all. In my head, I said, I want to be somebody different. People are going to judge you no matter what. So I really learned that just to keep my head high and just know that I'm there for me and my horse, and just try to keep a smile on my face and just go in and have fun, because at the end of the day, even though I might be the only African American there at the show, I'm happy doing what I do with my own horse. Seeing me and hopefully getting out there gives people the idea that they can do it as well. Just because you're Black, Asian, Latina, anything like that, you can get out there and do it just like I can. There are people out there that will support you. I will support you, and don't think that just because you look a certain way, you can't do it. It's for everyone, and I think it's the most amazing sport out there, to be honest. It's very rewarding, it's very hard work, it's horsemanship, it's so many things rolled into one. I think it's the coolest sport out there. My name is Chandra Thurman, and I am U.S. Equestrian.
I'm Adam Dario, the director of the Temple Grandin Equine Center at Colorado State University. Thank you for watching Horse Week.
So Levi's little bay horse that he's been riding has been fun to watch. It reminded me a lot of my first horse. He got on this son of a gun and never got off of him. And not the one you would pick out in the lineup as far as being flashy, but for him, I'm telling you, I don't think he could have healed any better on the Heel Horse of the Year than he did on this little bay.
I grew up in a rodeo family as long as I can remember. Grew up going to the circuit rodeos with my dad and the amateur rodeos, and he always hauled us around, me and my brother. Roped my whole life, and then when I got a little bit older into high school and stuff, kind of figured out I could maybe get good enough to make a living out of roping, so started taking it a little more serious, and that's about when I bought Little Bay. So he's helped me from then till now and still helping me. I bought Little Bay in 2012, in like my sophomore year of high school, because I was just getting better, so I needed a better horse. And we didn't even come down to Texas to look at Little Bay. We were looking at some other horses and just luckily ended up looking at him. And they wanted $3,500 for him. He's just a low number guy, had been riding him. We're like, well, we might as well go see what he is. And went and rode him and just went so good. I mean, it's like crazy how good it went, and thank God we found him, I guess. Like when you find a horse you really like, it's just kind of a feel and you just get along. There's not like certain things they do. It's just, he really fits me good. He's not very broke to ride. He's just always prancing around, and you kind of got to let him turn his head in the box. If I try to get him to sit with his head straight, he'll probably rear out or something crazy. So I just let him get in the box and turn his head, and I know he'll leave when the gates open, so I'm not ever really worried about that. But he can really run. He's really cowy, really fast-footed. That's why I've got along so good with him. He actually got hurt like a week after I bought him and was out in the pen and cut his leg pretty bad, and he was out for like 3 months maybe. And the first roping I took him back to is when I won my second truck. I was riding him, and so he paid for himself pretty fast considering what I gave for him. And then from then on I rode him. Everything I've ever won has been on him pretty much that means anything, you know. Little Bay was 23 last year, and rode him at probably 63 out of the 65 rodeos and qualified for my first NFR on him. So it was pretty cool to be able to do that at that age for him.
That's not a bad investment.
No, that horse is old enough to vote too, let me just tell you. You wouldn't know it by looking at him.
Levi and LB have the mojo. I don't think a lot of people would have given the horse the chance as long as he did and put the time in that he did. So I don't think he would have worked that way with anybody else. I think that Levi stayed on him, made it happen, and the horse they just meshed. It worked.
To have a horse that takes you from a number 4 to a 10 now and still riding him, man, I don't know where this comes from, but he's been like my best friend. He's been with me my whole career. To get to ride him at my first NFR meant everything to me, but yeah, he's sure been special, and I don't know if I'll ever find another one like him. I know I won't actually, but I've been lucky to have him.
There's always been an undying loyalty between horse and horseman. It's a partnership built one day at a time through pure and honest dealing. Whether you ride for work, trail, or competition, Weaver Leather manufactures quality products built from only top-grade materials and always backed by our 100% satisfaction guarantee. Because your tack is the only thing that comes between you and your horse. Ride the brand with Weaver Leather.
These lower body weight exercises are a great way, if you're starting your fitness journey, to begin without pushing or challenging yourself too much, but still getting a great workout. It's also another great way to move your body and improve your strength and endurance if you don't have any equipment on hand, or maybe you're traveling and on the road. To begin, I recommend picking 3 to 4 exercises, and for cardio endurance and your endurance in the saddle, doing them in a circuit, which means doing one exercise right after another for 12 to 15 reps for each exercise. Rest for a minute or so, and then do another round, up to 2, 3, maybe even 4 rounds, depending on your fitness level. For increasing your strength, I recommend picking those 3 or 4 exercises, starting with one exercise, doing 12 to 15 reps, resting, and then doing that same exercise again for 3 to 4 sets before moving on to the next exercise. This allows you to really focus on either your cardio endurance or your strength, utilizing the same exercises without equipment. For your body weight squats, you're going to want to put your feet about hip width or maybe slightly more apart. Again, chest nice and tall, belly button to spine for stability. You can either put your arms in front of you or out, wherever you're more comfortable. Push your butt back and down, keeping the weight in the ball and feet of your heels. From the bottom, you want to drive up from your heels into your hamstrings, squeezing your glutes at the top. All the way down, inhale down, exhale as you come up. For your sumo squats, you're going to want to take a wider stance, pointing your toes slightly out. We don't need to go as far as a plie, but angle them out wider than your regular squat. Again, chest up tall, hands in front of you or out. You're going to sink down into your heels, focus on your glutes, your hamstrings, and your inner thighs. Drive up, squeeze your glutes at the top. Again, we're going to inhale down, we're going to drive up, and exhale. For our squat to toes, we're going to be working not only our glutes and our legs, but be bringing in our calf muscle as well. We're going to take a semi-sumo stance. We're going to sink down into those heels once again. Exhale up as we drive through those heels. And then at the top, we're going to raise our arms, push into our big toes, engaging our calves. Again, inhale down, drive up, squeezing those glutes, push into that big toe, squeezing your calves. For your jump squats, we're going to go into our regular squat, but add a dynamic movement of jumping at the top. Again, chest is tall, belly button's pulled back to your spine for stability and power. We're going to have our feet slightly wider than our hips, but not fully out in a sumo position. We're going to sink down. Exhale as you explode up into a jump. If you need to stop in between and reset your feet to go back down into the squat and explode up, you can, or you can challenge yourself by continuously jumping, being sure to land on the ball of your feet and your heels, not your toes. To begin your walking lunges, you want to start with a good posture, roll your shoulders back, keep your chest up, and your belly button to spine. From here, you're going to step forward far enough that both legs are able to be at a 90-degree angle bent. From there, you're going to sink into your heel, drive up through that heel, hamstring, glutes as you come up. Step down, heel, hamstring, glutes. You can either tap or continue through your step as you come up. Depending on the amount of space you have, you can do these lunges back and forth through whatever area you have on hand. To begin your reverse lunges, you're going to start with the strong stance. Roll your shoulders back, bring your chest up, and pull your belly button into your spine. From here, you're going to step backwards, allowing your legs to go each at a 90-degree angle. We're going to step back, sinking into the heel of our front foot, driving up through heel, hamstring, glute, and tapping at the top. You're going to then repeat after your tap back into your lunge. To begin your Cossack lunge, you're going to put your anchor foot, or the leg that you're lunging and squatting back into, with your toe pointing directly forward. On your opposite leg, you're going to point the toe out. From here, you're going to squat back into that anchor leg, keeping your butt back and the weight in the heel and ball of your feet. From there, you're going to drive up, squeezing to your starting position while keeping your opposite leg pointed outward. To begin your glute bridge, lie flat on your back with your knees bent. You want your feet flat on the ground and your heels about 6 to maybe 8 inches from your glutes. From here, lie with your head down, drive through your heels into your hamstrings, squeezing your glutes at the top. You want a line from your knee to your hip to your shoulder. Lower down, don't let your butt or back hit the floor, and drive back up through those heels. To begin your single leg glute bridge, lie flat on your back with your feet flat on the floor and knees bent. You're going to want your heels anywhere from 6 to 8 inches from your glutes. From here, put one leg out, flexing your foot. The anchor leg will be the one doing the work. Drive through your heel into your hamstring, squeezing your glutes at the top. Lower back down without letting your butt or back touch the floor, and drive back up, squeezing at the top. For our split squats, we're going to be working our quads, our hamstrings, and our glutes. It's a complete low body exercise. To start, you're going to step your feet in a split stance. Be sure to adjust your stance depending on the length of your legs, because the main key factor we want to focus on is as we sink down, that our legs stay at a 90-degree and 90-degree angle. We don't want to be over in our toe or too far back in our back leg. Be sure to have your chest up tall, pull back in your hips, sink down. If you feel like your quad or your knee is pulling on your back leg, go back to your quad stretches prior to this exercise. From the bottom of your split squat, drive up from your heel on your front leg, the toe on your back leg, to your beginning position. Again, inhale down, exhale up. To do the Bulgarian split squat using just your body weight, you're also going to need a bench or a box or something sturdy to put each foot on as you go from right to left. To begin, you're going to have your backside facing the bench. From there, place one of your legs behind you, top side of your foot on the bench, back. Hop out to where you then can put all the weight in the heel of your front leg. From there, shoulders back, chest up, belly button in, sink down into your heel. From there, drive up, exhaling as you go. Sink down, drive through that heel all the way up. To start your hip thruster exercise, you're going to need a bench, a box, or something sturdy that you can brace the upper portion of your back right below your shoulder blades on. To begin, sit on your bench, hands on the side. Lower yourself down so the bench sits right below your shoulder blades. From there, step your feet out so they're in line with your toes and your hips. We want to keep our chin tucked in at all times and not open it up at the top of our hip thruster. As our chin is tucked in, we're going to sink through our hips, sinking our butt back, then drive up through our heels to where our pelvis and our hips are parallel with our knees. Sink down, drive up, squeezing your hamstrings and your glutes at the very top. Pause for a few seconds and lower back down. For our single leg hip thrusters, we'll start in the same position as our regular hip thrusters. Sit on the edge of your bench, hands on the side, lower yourself down so the bench is at your upper back, right below your shoulder blades. From here, again, tuck your chin in, put one leg out. I recommend you flex your foot.
You're going to sink down into your anchor leg, drive up, pushing your pelvis and hips to where they are parallel with your knee. Lower back down, drive through your heel, push up, squeezing your hamstrings and your glute at the top. Make sure you pause for a few seconds, engaging your muscles before you lower back down. To begin your seated leg lifts, you just need the edge of a bench or a chair to use. You want to sit with your glutes towards the edge of it, hands bracing to keep you supported, chest up and belly button pulled in. From here, take one of your legs, foot flexed or in a neutral position, lower it without touching the ground, and lift, squeezing your quads at the very top. One thing you really want to focus on is keeping your back upright and your chest tall and not leaning back as you go through this exercise. From here, you can work other parts of your quads, like your inner thigh, by turning your toe out. Same rules apply. Keep your chest up, your shoulders back, and your back straight without leaning back as you lift. To work your outer thigh, again, sit up nice and tall. Bring your toe in and lift, keeping your belly button to your spine, chest tall, and staying upright as you lift your leg. To do a step up, you're going to need to have a bench or a box to utilize. To begin, you're going to face your bench, put your entire foot, making sure your heel is fully on top of the bench, drive up through heel, hamstring, glute, squeezing your glutes at the very top. Keep your chest up tall, and then bring your foot all the way off the bench before you step back up for your next rep. To do a side step up, you're going to need a sturdy bench or box to utilize. Stand next to the bench, and using the leg closest to the bench, bring your foot up, making sure the entire foot's on the bench. Drive through your heel, heel hamstring into your glute, squeezing your glutes at the top. Come back down, bringing both feet off before starting into your next rep. To start your bent leg reverse lifts, you're going to get on your elbows and your knees. Make sure those elbows and knees align with each other. From here, you're going to take one single leg, flex your foot, and drive your heel up towards the ceiling, squeezing your glutes at the top. Come back down, pulling your belly button to your spine, and drive back up. You don't want to arch your back. You want to keep it engaged and steady through the entire exercise. To do your straight leg reverse lift, you're going to get on your elbows and your knees. Align your elbows and your knees in your stance. From here, take one leg out straight, flexing your foot. Pull your belly into your spine and stay steady through your core. From here, lift your leg up, keeping it straight at the knee. Lower without touching the floor, and lift back up, squeezing your glutes at the top. Keep your core engaged through the entire exercise. To begin your fire hydrants, you're going to get on your elbows and your knees. Pull your belly button to your spine, take one of your legs, keeping it bent, and lift it outward from your body, squeezing the outside of your thigh and your butt cheek. Come back in without putting your knee on the ground, and lift, again, squeezing at the top of the exercise. To do a standard plank, you're going to start on your elbows and your toes. You can always go down to your knees if needed for modification. Push up through your toes, keeping your body flat from your back or your shoulders to your glutes down to your heels. Keep your shoulders over your elbows instead of leaning forward beyond them or staying behind them. Stack them on top of each other. You want to make sure you keep everything nice and flat. Don't put your butt in the air or sag your hips down below. Pull that belly button to your spine and stay nice and steady. To begin your side plank, choose a side and start on that elbow. From there, you can either stack or stagger your feet, whatever you're most comfortable with. From there, lift your hips up, making sure they're not peaked in the air or sagging down below. You want a straight line from your foot to your hip to your shoulder. Make sure the anchor arm has your shoulders stacked on top of your elbow. Take your other arm up in the air to help improve your balance. To begin your plank tap, you're going to get in plank position, but be on your hands instead of your elbows. Push up through your toes, pulling your belly button to your spine, and engaging all of your muscles to keep a strong, steady form. From here, we're going to lift one arm and tap that same shoulder, alternating back and forth. If needed, you can step your feet out side to side, giving yourself a wider base for added stability. From here, lift your arm, hand to shoulder, and tap, alternating each side. To begin your plank slides, you're going to start on your elbows, but you're going to have your toes on your slider plates. If you're on carpet, you can use plastic plates. If you're on hardwood floors, towels work great as well. So we'll start on our elbows, putting our toes on the sliders. From here, we'll align our shoulders on top of our elbows. Pull your belly button into your spine. We're going to lift our butt a little higher than we do in a regular plank. We're going to push our body back, so shoulders will be behind our elbows. Push from toes into your quads, into your low back, pulling through your core, and come forward in front of your elbow. Back, drive up through those toes. To do a reverse plank, you're going to sit on your butt, put your feet out in front of you, heels to the floor. Put your hands, fingers forward, behind you. You might have to play around with your hand position, as being too far out can make it difficult, as can too far in. Find what works best for your shoulder mobility. From here, pull your belly button to your spine, squeeze your glutes, lift up. We want chin and chest up as you hold, squeezing your hamstrings, your quads, your glutes, your core, your back, and your shoulders. To begin your mountain climber, you're going to start on your hands and your toes. Up into a plank position. From here, drive your knee into the opposing elbow, and then repeat on the opposite side. As you go, increase speed, pulling your belly button to your spine every time you drive one of your knees forward. To start your Russian twist, you're going to be seated on the floor. Keep your knees slightly bent, heels to the ground. For an added challenge, you can lift your heels, but I recommend starting at least with heels on the floor. From here, choose the angle that you'll be leaning back through. The biggest thing you want to make sure is that you're not hunched over, chest down. We need our chest up and shoulders back. You may start higher up, or added challenge, go lower. From here, have your hands in front of you in either a fist or praying position. Move your hands to the side, head follows hands as you rotate through your trunk. Pull your core in left or right as you alternate side to side. To begin your Superman exercise, you're going to lie flat on your stomach. To isolate just the upper body, we're going to keep our thighs and our toes flat on the ground. From here, we'll keep our arms slightly bent in front of us, squeezing down the rope muscles, the muscles that align down each side of our spine. Lift up, squeeze them as you squeeze into the top of your glutes, and release. You'll hold at the top, release down low. To isolate the lower portion of your body, you're going to put your forehead on your hands. From here, you're going to focus on lifting your toes, then your knees, and then your thighs, squeezing into the lower portion of your back and through your glutes. To bring these moves together into a full Superman, you're going to lie flat, arms slightly bent in front of you, lift both your upper and lower body at the same time, squeezing down your rope muscles on either side of your spine, through your hamstrings and into your glutes.
With a gentle disposition and a kind demeanor, the American Quarter Horse makes the ideal partner for riders of all ages and abilities. A horse that excels on the trail, in the arena, on the racetrack, and just about anywhere. The Quarter Horse is known and loved by people all over the world. We invite you to sit back and enjoy as we share with you powerful stories about how the American Quarter Horse has changed the lives of two very special people.
I'm a little pony, clippity clop, clippity clop. So when Emma was growing up, it was obviously wonderful. Emma was our first, and it was just so much fun to watch her grow and develop and just be happy all the time. When she was born, we had her tested, and so we knew probably 2 or 3 days after she was born that she was diagnosed with 2q37 deletion syndrome. You just want to read a lot about it, and you want to read about other families who have experienced similar things, and her actual deletion is not very common.
When I was 5 years old.
In our research, we found little bit, and just immediately we're like, this is something that we need to be a part of. This is something that could really change not only our lives, but Emma's life, obviously. So she was about 2 when we got in and started riding. She was not walking well. She was still falling a lot. She had a lot of bruises to testify to that. All right, Emma, I love how tall you're sitting. Immediately, her core strength, we could see an improvement. One of the things that a lot of people would say to us is that she would sit, she would sit very hunched over. But when you're on a horse, you need to be up and tall, and you want to see everything around you. And that, I think, was one of the very first things that we noticed, that she was able to sit up tall in her horse, and her speech, being able to tell her horse to walk on, that was really huge when she was able to do that, and she would just come and be like, walk on, walk on.
Walk on, good job.
It's so wonderful and fabulous, the connection that these riders have with these horses. And you can read about it, but until you actually experience the magic that your child has with these animals is unbelievable. I remember being in the arena, and I was with Emma, and we were waiting for Gigi to be ready to start our session. And It's so uncharacteristic of Gigi. She was, kind of bucking and like swishing her head around and her tail around, and she seemed pretty agitated. And I thought to myself, I don't really know how this is gonna go. Emma went down and she was gonna mount Gigi, and they brought her around, and I swear to you, as soon as Gigi and Emma saw each other, her whole demeanor just completely changed. It was like she just was like, okay, I'm here to work. Settled right down. Emma called her in, and I was like, oh my gosh, these horses understand and they know what they're doing. And I was just so blown away by how powerful it can be when these two horse and rider see each other and just realize that we're gonna have a riding session now.
Ready, let's walk up the steps.
She can't really verbalize, like, I feel empowered when I'm sitting on this 2,000-pound horse and I get to tell it what to do and it's gonna listen to me, as opposed to, all the adults in her life telling her what she needs to be doing. Like, she gets to kind of call the shots, and that's huge.
Walk on.
Walk on. Awesome job, Emma.
She's far exceeded any expectations we ever have had for her. In her riding and in her life, and just her life skills. The way that she handles herself and the way that she takes on new challenges and the way that she's just brave and she's strong and courageous. And I can't help but think that this has a huge part in that, and how she feels about herself and the things that she can do and challenges that she can overcome because of what she's done here.
All right, Emma, what animals did you get today?
What we hope for Emma is what any parent hopes for. We just want her to be happy, and we want her to be able to get out of life everything that she can. And by helping her this early in her life is hopefully setting the foundation and giving her the skills to be whatever she wants, And I don't even want to dream for her. I want her to do it herself. She can go out and conquer the world, her world anyway.
My name is Dr. Jessica Leatherwood, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Animal Science at Texas A&M University. I'm a second-generation Aggie. My parents were both raised in town. They both thought that horses were going to be a phase for me, but they ended up buying me my first American quarter horse when I was 7 years old. Mad Mike was his name. Ended up giving him to me on Christmas morning with a beautiful red bow. And so I ended up falling immediately in love with horses from that point on, and was able to continue to nurture and develop my interest in horses as I went on through junior high and into high school. And I think it's really in high school where I found that I enjoyed competing on horses. I predominantly rode all-around horses, and then I also had an interest in horse judging as well. And as I was finishing up my high school, I actually ended up applying for the AQHA Foundation Scholarship, which I was very fortunate to have actually received. And I knew from that point on that my dream of attending Texas A&M could really be a reality. And I remember the day that I actually had received the Foundation Scholarship, because it was the only scholarship that I had received that when you actually opened the award, there was confetti all in the mailing. And it was just absolutely a wonderful experience and very memorable experience for me. So kind of continuing on in the animal science department, I was able to get involved in a lot of undergraduate research experiences. And one experience in particular was working for Dr. Josie Coverdale. And through those experiences with Dr. Coverdale, I actually decided that I wanted to continue on and pursue a Master of Science degree with Dr. Coverdale in equine nutrition. And so it was really through that experience that I began to really develop and begin my interest in research and improving performance longevity of young quarter horses. And so as I was finishing up my master's, I decided, well, I'm definitely an Aggie, I bleed maroon, so why don't we just stay on for a PhD? So at that point in time, I ended up convincing Dr. Coverdale to keep me on and continue to pursue a PhD. And as we were planning out my projects for my PhD, it's where we were able to begin looking at the Young Investigator Award that the AQHA Foundation has. We were able to take a lot of pilot research that we had done and really take it to the next level so that we could really begin to see some potential application in providing a very effective means to evaluate joint health in young performance horses. So it was, once again, it was an excellent opportunity to be able to work with the American Quarter Horse Association and continue to really come full circle and fulfill that dream of not only being able to enter into a college that I absolutely had dreamed of being able to get accepted into, continuing on through my master's and PhD, and then using that funding from the AQHA Foundation to provide that initial footprint that I needed to continue to develop my research. And that research program is still something that I'm very passionate about today, even now being a faculty member back here at Texas A&M. After I completed my PhD, I actually took a job in Huntsville, Texas, at a small university known as Sam Houston State University. You know, to be honest, I had originally thought that Sam Houston State was where I wanted to be. And then February of 2016 happened, and we received some devastating news that Dr. Josie Coverdale had passed away. And it was really hard for all of us. It was something that still we continue to work through today. But I really felt it to be an honor to have an opportunity to come back to the university that I loved and something that I was so passionate about. And so it was really from that point on, I knew that I needed to continue with this opportunity and come back to Texas A&M and be able to continue to develop that program that I knew so well. And so I ended up coming back here in the fall of 2016, and I've been here now for a little over a year and working to complete the rest of her graduate students and now beginning to work with my own students. I definitely have to give a lot of credit to the American Quarter Horse and the association. Has done an excellent job in really cultivating the youth and providing those opportunities for us. And I think that it's great because I didn't come from a big ranching background. They really took a chance when they awarded me that scholarship, and I just hope that I've been able to contribute back to the industry that I'm so passionate about. My horse, his name is Dan Sansanita, and he is a 15-year-old gelding. And I must say, Danny, as I call him, is definitely my horse of a lifetime. I ended up purchasing Danny after I finished my graduate program, kind of when I was in the phase of rediscovering my hobby that I was so passionate about. But this horse brings me so much joy and happiness. You know, overall, I've really enjoyed competing with him and being able to be successful with him as well. But I surely hope Danny realizes that he has a lot longer to go with my little girl, because he will definitely be having a new rider here in the next few years. I'm hoping that she will follow suit and continue with that passion of horses.
We are chasing a dream, one that tests our grit, our faith, our courage. This dream calls us. It unites us. Here's to those who lead this life.
I was born and raised right here in Wilcox, Arizona, on this ranch, the Warbonnet Ranch.
We are a cow-calf operation, and so we calve out calves and raise them up and sell them for beef. And we also raise horses, and then we buy some on the side also. Getting to raise our kids out here, they get to see God's creation firsthand when you're helping pull a calf or even helping a mare have a baby.
When I quit rodeoing, I really didn't want to be out there anymore, and I want to be a dad that gives my kids opportunity to do whatever they want. Madeline's 100% into trail racing. She enjoys her horses and spending time working at what she wants to do.
Culture has always been ranchy. You can take him off the range, but it was always in him. And you think of culture as a real genuine cowboy, not just in the arena cowboy.
Couple of young guys, Coulter Todd.
Coulter Todd is a fierce competitor. From the dummy to the arena, everything he did, he wanted to be the best that he could be, and he put everything that he had into it, and it was pretty sweet being around somebody that had that much passion and that much drive.
Winning was pretty easy as far as with me heading. It was almost like that's what I was supposed to do. My mom and dad always rodeoed, circuit rodeoed, amateur rodeoed, jackpotted, so I grew up roping, cowboying, whatever. As I got a little older, started getting a little more drive to want to be a better team roper. Graduated high school, and Mel Potter called and asked if I would come work for them in Wisconsin, taking care of some yearlings and working with young horses. And at that moment in time, was sure enough excited to get out of here for a minute. I was actually dating Carly at the time, long distance, and we just pretty stubborn and whatever, and said, we'll make it work. I asked her to marry me not at the BFI, but I was at the BFI in Reno. So we got married and then went to Wisconsin that summer. We had Madeline 9 months after we got married, which was not a part of our plan. God had a different plan. In 2005, that winter, I started out heading for Roy, just like always, and he'd said he was done. And Caesar called, and he was roping with Brett Boatwright at the time, and said that Brett was done. And we still had a handful of little rodeos around, like Laughlin, Logandale, Red Bluff, Clovis. Some of the bigger rodeos in the spring were left, and we wanted to try to go to those before he usually would go to Idaho to work, and I was going to go back to Wisconsin. Our first one was Laughlin, and I want to say we win the first round. Then went to Logandale, was our second one, and it was a four-header back then, and we ended up winning it. Like all of a sudden, like we're actually kind of in the standings and got tour points. They had the tour finale back then. We were in the tour standings pretty good. And I started fighting my head as far as, okay, I got money won, like as far as rodeoing, but I have a job waiting in less than a month and a half that I'm expected to go to. I've got a wife and a little girl, and I don't know what to do. And Mel actually called me and visited with me and had told me, like, hey, you got an opportunity here. Like, I don't want you to be afraid to try it. Like, go for it. I mean, it was almost like the perfect setup, you know. even if I failed, I still had a great job to go to that was going to be able to provide for my family. So we went again, and it was good. Anyway, we ended up making the finals 06, 7, and 8. In 08, we had our second one, and that was Coulter Lee. And when we had him, like, I didn't hardly get to see him. Saw him when he was born, and then we were off, headed to Reno, and that was kind of a tough year mentally for me, because then I started wondering, thinking about me growing up here, the opportunities that my family had given me. God just took the desire to want to be out there anymore. Like, I did not crave going to the next one. I didn't crave Salinas, where we get 4 and a short. I mean, I didn't crave any of it. I told Caesar, I said, you can start looking for a new partner. I'm done. I'm gonna finish 2008. Like, I'm giving you the rest of the year, but I'm not. I'm done.
Well, he told me he wanted to be done, and when he says something, he means it. We were just gonna walk away from it and come to the ranch, which sounded fun, but it also was a little nerve-wracking, I would say. Like, are we really gonna do this?
That year, we ended up making the finals. Didn't have a good one, but it wasn't like I left out of there wondering. We won round 10, so the last year that I run in the yellow building was a win. And that, just looking back, everybody's story's unique, and I always think, like, that's kind of neat. I think it took us 3 days to get moved out here into what we call the bunkhouse, and I wouldn't trade it, especially now.
We moved here to the War Bonnet Ranch in Wilcox, Arizona. It's his family's ranch. His grandpa and grandma live on it, and his mom and dad lived on it. This is definitely home. I am very grateful that he made that choice to leave the road and come here to raise his family.
There are 4 generations living right now. My grandpa, my dad, me, and my boys, and I'm just a dad that has some cows, runs some ranch, rides horses, shoes horses, works. Madeline's 16, and to see that is pretty special. And then with my boys, getting to work with them on the ranch or whatever, like, they really don't even know who their dad was.
Madeline's always been a pretty self-driven kid. We've never had to really tell her to do much or ask her to do much. She's pretty on top of it. Madeline spoiled us as a baby. She would get in the car seat and go 16 hours just nonstop. She was sassy, but she loved to go, loved to rodeo, and loved to be a part of it.
Just growing up running barrels with my mom, my nana, my aunt. It's awesome, just the country and being out here just with family and getting to do what I love.
She is definitely 100% dedicated to rodeo. She works hard at it, and it's pretty neat and pretty special for us to see her want to follow, kind of what we've started.
I would love to make the NFR. It's definitely one of my highest goals. I mean, everyone who's made it to the NFR it's like they're the top, they're the best, and it's something I've always wanted to do.
This last November, Coulter's mom passed away unexpectedly, Lori Todd. Madeline started running her horse, Red.
It means a lot to me to be running my grandma's horse, Red. He's a cool horse. Like I said, he's definitely one of the highest caliber of horses that I've ever been on, and his style and his consistency is so much fun.
I put on a youth race in Arizona, And this year in January, Madeline competed on red. We all got, pretty emotional watching that, just because we knew that would be what Lori wanted, and to see Madeline have success on him was pretty special. I think those horses come into somebody's life at the right time, and I believe that horse is in their lives at the right time. I feel like culture watching, Madeline become this really great young woman. He's raised a great girl, and I think he should be proud as a father. I think also that, if he does get to watch her compete at the NFR, I would think he'd be very proud because, that's what Madeline's dream is. He, got to feel that feeling and what it's like to compete in the Thomas and Mack, and there's no other feeling like it, and so I would think that he would be extremely proud.
Whether it be Carly, Madeline, the boys, anybody, if any of my crew makes it, I think it would be outstanding.
At the end of the day, rodeo is my family's passion, and it's God-given.
The Rising Star program, brought to you by Absorbine, recognizes exceptional young United States Pony Clubs members for their hard work, dedication, and passion for the equine industry. The United States Pony Clubs Incorporated is an educational organization which builds the foundations of teamwork and sportsmanship through riding, mounted sports, care of horses and ponies, while developing and enhancing leadership, confidence, responsibility, and a sense of community in its youth and adult members. This year's winners are Sarah, Tyler, and Genevieve and Michaela. 11-year-old Tyler is a D2 member of Bluegrass Pony Club from Paris, Kentucky. He has been a member since he was 5.
And the reason why I like animals, or horses in general, I have a very good bond with them, and I just love them a lot. Right now I'm helping Pony Club from doing fundraisers to helping my Pony Club rally team, and I've helped them by tacking up the horses, making sure they can do rally. I enjoy how nice they are and sweet, and it's like they almost have their own personality. And, well, they do actually, they have their own personality. They're like big dogs.
He has been a member since he was 5. Tyler's favorite rally is tetrathlon, and his favorite United States Pony Club activity is simply getting to ride and spend time with horses. Sarah is a C1 in the eventing track of the United States Pony Club in the Carolina region.
I think I've made a positive impact in Pony Club by helping HB, HA, B, and A candidates achieve their national level certifications. Additionally, the barn where I ride and where our Pony Club meets is a county park. A couple of years ago, the county was going to close the equestrian facilities here, but a group of us rallied together and we were able to save our barn. Horses are special to me because I love the challenge of building the relationship with them. I find it really special and rewarding when a horse you've been devoting a lot of time and energy to trusts you. I also love the challenge of setting goals and achieving them together. I'm so grateful for the experience of being with horses and the experiences Pony Club has helped me to have.
She has been in Pony Club for 4 years and has been riding horses for 6 years. In her free time, Sarah is generally out at the barn working or riding her horse, Walter. 11-year-old Michaela holds the United States Pony Club D3 eventing certification.
While participating in our family's business, I try and help the younger beginning riders by teaching them how to take care of horses, the land, and the facilities. I also help with owners by leash riding and showing the ponies. Horses are special to me because they've always been a part of my life, and they're so beautiful, and I don't really know a life without them, and it's what we do.
She also represented Pony Club at the 2021 USEF Pony Finals and is a Pony Jumper National Championships double silver medalist. Michaela's sister, 17-year-old Genevieve, is the youngest person to win the United States Pony Jumping Championships at age 10.
I'm working to make a positive impact on the equestrian industry by educating myself. That way I, in turn, can help educate the next generation of horses and riders as they come up through the ranks of the equestrian industry. Additionally, through my goals and accomplishments, I'm hoping to inspire young riders as they move through the industry.
She has now moved on to winning national Grand Prix in show jumping. Genevieve is currently the number 2 ranked United States junior show jumper in the FEI Junior Show Jumping ranking list, number 8 on the under 25 ranking list, and number 51 on the US Rolex ranking list. Both Genevieve and Michaela have earned national awards for horsemanship thanks to their Pony Club education. Thank you to Absorbine for believing in the mission of the United States Pony Club and celebrating young riders.
I'm Adam Dario, the director of the Temple Grandin Equine Center at Colorado State University. Thank you for watching Horse Week.
Your horse's breathing can be a great indicator of any pain or discomfort they may be feeling. I'd like to take you through the steps of taking a horse's respiratory rate. First, the most effective way of taking the respiratory rate would be use a stethoscope. The stethoscope would be placed along the trachea or windpipe, and you will listen for the breath sounds. Place the stethoscope along the neck and listen for the breaths, counting for 30 seconds how many breaths he takes, and then multiplying that number by 2, and that would give your respiratory rate. If you do not have a stethoscope, you can also count your horse's respiratory rate by watching the chest excursions for 30 seconds, multiplying that number by 2 to give you how many breaths per minute. Normal respiratory rates range from 10 to 20 breaths per minute. Although if you find that this rate is higher, it could be due to heat, humidity, or exercise. If you find that your horse's resting respiratory rate is greater than this range, please feel free to call your primary care veterinarian.
In the fall of 2006, I was looking for a hill horse. I had Jaws, the horse that I won my first world title on, and he had had a lot of soundness issues over the past few years. So I started looking and making calls. I tried dozens and dozens of horses. I went to David Key's house to try a hill horse, and I looked over at the trailer, and this sorrel horse was tied to the trailer, and I asked him, I said, "What's that horse?" And he said, "Man, he's just a 5-year-old. Really cool, but a little bit green." We went and saddled him up. My wife, Christy, was videoing on the fence. I ran one steer on him, and I remember riding by the fence, and Christy says, "I like that one." Amigo is a 1999 model Sunday night bingo. He didn't work real great at his first rodeo. He was a little nervous and hadn't been anywhere, but he tried hard at everything he did. It just seemed like he was a pleaser. He didn't know what to do, but he wanted to do whatever you wanted him to do. Man, he was a fast learner. It seemed like every run I made on him, he just got better and better. That horse has always done nothing but try to help me win. The way he reacts to the steer, he's always in the right spot. He knows how to open his stride up and run down the arena and shorten his stride up when he needs to. Literally slides and stops, and in the same motion just crawls out of it and stays with the steer as if nothing ever happened. In 2010, just a fairy tale year. We were the highest NFR earners and placed in 8 out of 10 go rounds at the NFR. Just the memories of riding that horse, all 10 rounds, seemed like every time we rode in there we placed. Those are the things you don't forget. I rode him 86 runs in a row at the National Finals Rodeo. He has to have had over 2 million miles put on him in his career. Having a really good horse like Amigo, it spoils you a little bit and you don't know what you've got till it's gone. He's 19 years old and had some knee surgeries, and the long hauls, the being tied on the asphalt at the rodeo, all of those things come into play. Taking care of Amigo on the road definitely takes more time than just having a young horse that you throw on the trailer. Our ritual before we leave, we get him up, clean his feet really well, get his soft ride boots on him and get him wrapped up and put him in the trailer, and then stop and make sure we move him around really well on the road. If we do that, he's ready to roll when we get there. This horse is a warrior. The more I ride him, the healthier and the sounder he stays. Man, I owe so much of my career and know for a fact that I wouldn't be sitting in this chair, in this room, if it wasn't for him. What a blessing he's been, not only for my rodeo career, but for my family. His future is definitely going to be on the Smith Ranch, I can tell you that. He's not going anywhere. He's a horse that means too much to me and Christy and all my kids. They love him, and like I said, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him.
SoftRide is committed to providing innovative products to improve the well-being of horses, beginning with the health and comfort of a horse's foot. The SoftRide Comfort Boot, Ice Spa, and new center-loaded soft riders are not just for therapeutic use, they can also be used as a daily routine to keep horses healthy. No matter if you are hauling your horses down the road, relaxing after a hard workout, or treating laminitis, let SoftRide help you.
I've been using fly predators for over 20 years now. It couldn't be much simpler. It takes about 10 minutes. They're stopping the flies before they're flies, and that's the key. We're very concerned environmentally, and I just don't like using a lot of poisons around my horses, around my dogs and cats. I recommend them, and I especially recommend them to my neighbors. We're really fortunate to have almost no fly problem at all.
There are many reasons why a standing wrap may be useful for your horse. Some of those indications are for extra support, to decrease swelling, or prevent injury while working. To apply a standing wrap, first you need a cotton or a quilt, followed by a polo wrap or a light cotton wrap. Begin by placing the quilt on the front of the cannon bone, wrapping front to back, out to in. After applying the cotton wrap, you'll follow with the polo wrap or the light cotton wrap. Again, apply this in a front to back, out to in fashion, wrapping the tendons to the inside of the leg. Gently pull across the front of the bone as you place the bandage. Make sure that there are no wrinkles and that you leave approximately a ½ inch to an inch of the white quilt showing on either side of the bandage. If at any time you are unsure or have any questions about wrapping a leg, please feel free to contact your veterinarian.
Icing your horse's hoof may be prescribed to you by your veterinarian, or may need to be done in times such as laminitis or orthopedic issues. In laminitis cases, it is important to begin icing the horse's hoof as soon as you notice any symptoms or if it's prescribed to you by your veterinarian. The most common method of icing a horse's hoof is the bucket method, preferably using a rubber bucket and iced water. It is important to use ice water and not just cold tap water to get the full anti-inflammatory benefits of the ice. Things to consider when icing your horse's hoof. First off, you would want to ice your horse's hoof for at least 20 minutes to get the full benefit. Also, making sure to refresh the ice, as not having fully iced water is not as beneficial. Plastic buckets may also be used, but tend to break and could be a bit more slippery. There are other commercial products available specifically designed in icing horses' legs and hooves. Most importantly, never ice your horse's hooves or legs without the advice of your veterinarian.
I see your horse. Can you see your horse? Can you see your horse? Oh, come Zazie. Here we go! Here we go! That's what he waits for. Izzy was on the spot. All right. So are you excited? Are you excited? Are you excited? 1, 2, Wow! Boom.
Walk on.
Here we go.
There's so much about the animal-human bond that we don't know.
People with PTSD, people with anxiety, depression, other mental health conditions can all benefit from being with the horse. Even if they're not riding the horse, just being around the horse can help them.
The bond with the horses is amazing. I do think it's magic.
We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. We got it! Yay! All right. Nice.
My son, Braden Province, was born 6 weeks early, and so he had a seizure within days of being born. From the time he was 6 months old until the time he was 9 months old, he had somewhere between 150 to 300 seizures a day. He had gotten to a place at 4 where he was not able to move his limbs very much. He couldn't hold up his head, and he couldn't communicate at all. We started looking for ways to keep his muscles healthy and from experiencing muscle loss. When we get here, he generally has some pretty tight muscles, some discomfort, pain. He's had a couple of hip surgeries.
Equine-assisted services are, probably in the whole scheme of things, a relatively new idea. Since about the 50s, people, usually therapists, have been talking about how the movement of the horse seems beneficial to people who ride them. And that was sort of where the idea got started.
For so many reasons, we choose the horse. And when you're talking about individuals with physical disabilities, when you put them on the horse walks and the horse's pelvis moves very similar to a human. And so sometimes that can help just stimulate the right neurons and muscle and tendon and stretch and flexibility and mobility that that individual needs. In addition, horses are motivating. And youth come to our center, and instead of going to maybe a traditional clinic or a hospital for care where they know it's a medical treatment, it's a doctor's appointment, it's completely different.
A lot of our clients are sensory challenged, and to see me staying the same, you know, I think that helps, that the people are the same and the place is the same, so even if there's a bunch of stuff going on, they kind of gravitate towards that sameness.
What we have found is that very specific types of sensory input can help youth maintain a calm, alert state that's optimal for engaging in social interactions, and that's optimal for learning new skills. In a traditional clinic environment, oftentimes what therapists will do is have a participant on a swing or maybe on a therapy ball in order to get some movement. But when you're swinging or when you're on a therapy ball, that's what you're doing. It's hard to layer too many more activities on top of that. When you're in the equine environment, you can be riding a horse and getting all of that movement and input that can help you maintain that optimal state of arousal so you can participate. And so equine movement in particular can be very beneficial for helping to maintain that calm, alert state that is best for social engagement and social interaction. And also the therapist can layer in a lot of other therapeutic activities while you're riding. So we might be working on teaching social skills, or we might be working on a self-regulation strategy. And we can do all of those activities while you're riding the horse. I think it's both of those. It's the social motivation and engagement, and I really want to participate in this activity because it's fun and horses are here. And I'm regulated and calm and alert and ready to learn because my nervous system is in a place where I'm available and ready to learn.
2, 3, and whoa. What letter is that?
H.
No, oh, yeah, there's the next. What about the blue one?
A.
A. Does airplane start with A?
Yeah.
Should we shoot the ball while we're here?
Yeah.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Oh, so close. Jordan, would you mind fetching the ball, please?
Typically, by and large, we're just walking, working with the patient on the horse, using that movement to make the patient's body work harder, to improve either balance, coordination, strength, vestibular function, sensory integration, sensory adaptability. So you'll see, by and large, a very controlled activity going on where we're either going in straight lines or we're utilizing patterns in the arena. Sometimes you will see kids facing forwards, sometimes you'll see kids facing backwards, sometimes you'll see them side sitting on all fours, tall kneeling, arms out. I mean, you'll see it all.
So keep a pretty light hold, Izzy. I'm gonna let her body kind of shift if it's going to here. But Torrance, if you look from behind now, you'll see she's staying more midline. Yeah, she's staying more centered. And that's what I want to do first. I want to make sure her body is in the right spot, that it feels midline, that it feels centered. We're kind of recalibrating where her midline is using this horse as the treatment tool to do that. And then we can move on to some of the more strengthening stabilization stuff.
Temple Grandin, she is probably the one person that's put out there for such a long time to say, look, horses are beneficial. They helped me, they can help other people. She is such an advocate for everything that we do.
Many people know her because of her work with livestock welfare, as well as just being an advocate for the autism community.
Horses were a very important part of my life, especially when I was a teenager. Horses helped me learn how to work because I was a terrible student. And I went away to a boarding school for kids with problems, and they put me to work running the horse barn. So I not only had friends who were riding horses, I had 9 stalls I had to clean every day. I fed them, I put them in and out, and that taught me how to work. But high school was absolutely the worst part of my life, and horses kind of totally saved me. Just being tortured in school with teasing. And fortunately, some of the other students that did riding, they didn't do teasing. So the horse activities were a refuge away from all the teasing. My first visit to the West was when I was 15, and that's how I got introduced to the cattle industry. When I first started some of my animal behavior work in my 20s, I started looking at what are cattle actually looking at? Why do they balk at a shadow? Why does a horse spook at something? I started looking at what an animal is seeing. Now, I didn't know at the time that other people didn't think in pictures. I think completely in pictures. All my thoughts are in pictures. I thought everybody thought that way. I didn't find out until I was in my late 30s that other people do not think in pictures quite the same way. And that was kind of a shock to learn that.
Temple's involvement with the construction of this facility was very key because she helped us pick out colors and think about the type of lighting or the noise from certain equipment that was going to be in the room. You know, someone that is on the spectrum herself, she's very conscious of what the environment needed to be. So she was very hands-on as we decided what did the construction of this facility need to look like.
She is somebody who will tell you straight out that this is so important to all of these kids. And I think that's part of the reason that we're here. If it wasn't for somebody like her out there saying, hey, this is really a good thing, you should do it, I'm not sure we'd be here.
The population we serve is very vast. It can be individuals from 18 months to 99 years old, and it can be seniors with dementia, Alzheimer's, youth with autism, cerebral palsy, developmental delay. Ultimately, if it is a therapy or an activity, we can do it, and then we just either do it assisted or facilitated with the horse or in the horse environment.
All right, Mr. Davis, you're in control of Miss Willow. You gotta tell her. There you go. Very nice. Nice job looking where you want to go, making sure we don't trample over those reins. Very good, use that inside leg. Good. Okay, everybody, whoa. How are you feeling today about doing some 2-point and practicing our 2-point?
Give it a whirl.
Give it a whirl. Oh wait, you gotta hold your reins though.
Davis is one of the clients here. He participates in therapeutic riding, so he's been learning how to ride. He's been doing this for several years.
It's very similar to bending. It's using that inside leg and inside rein to push our horses out. Very good. And remember, when we say we're using our inside leg, we're putting pressure, right? We're using our calf or our heel to squeeze just a little bit on our horse's side. Just like we do when we ask them to walk on.
Everybody was so encouraging and kind, and so I said, well, Diaz, what do you think? And he goes, I could give it a try. So then he tried, and he loved it.
So when you're going around those cones, I want you to make sure you're using your right rein and your right leg. And remember, we gotta squeeze a little bit with our right leg to help them bend around those turns.
And his first horse, Spanky, he was beat up in the corral or whatever. So Davis was like, well, you know, we've got a lot of things in common. He's been bullied too. And so they were bonded from the get-go.
From what I understand, he was bullied somewhat by the other horses. In my high school days, I was bullied relentlessly.
All right, make sure you're still steering, Davis, even if you have a beanbag. There you go, yep, using both reins. Nice job, use those legs. Nice.
He would do fine without any people here. That would make him much happier if there were no people here and he could just hang out with the horses. The horses that he rides, he's ridden several through the years. The horse that he rides now is named Willow. And Willow's the reason he comes each week. Doesn't matter if I'm here, doesn't matter if anybody else is here, he comes for Willow. Willow can do no wrong in his mind. So, I mean, he's here for her.
There you go, nice job correcting her, Davis. I know it's hard when we have something to hold in one hand. There you go, and whoa.
For him, I think when he gets on that horse, he just feels like a regular kid, you know, and now he's an adult. But this is his safe haven. He loves it.
Good. I love that your hands are staying up off the saddle. That looks great, Davis. And whoa. Nice job. Yep, try to get all the way out of your saddle. I know, it's hard to balance. I know. And sit back down. Really hard to balance. The 2-point is a lot of things to think about. All right, guys, let's go ahead and take our feet out of the stirrups and just relax our feet.
It's surprisingly soothing to just have your back become one with the movement of the horse.
It's really hard to find the right fit of a horse. You have to worry about their temperament, and they have to be sound athletes too. I would say 1 in about maybe 5 to 10 horses that we try really works on our program. This can be really hard work on their body and on their mind.
First of all, you pick a horse with a good temperament, a horse that's sound, a horse that doesn't spook. And then you run that horse through a long series of tests, and they get put through the ringer.
It's a pretty stressful job for a horse, and people sometimes laugh at me when I say that because, well, the horse is mostly walking. How can that be stressful? But our clients, some of them do not sit properly on the horse. Their weight is off to the side of the horse, which can be hard on the horse's back. They may be making excessive movements with their body. To most horses, if you're squeezing your legs against the side, that means the horse should go faster. Well, we don't want our horses to go faster. We want them to stay slow. And so that can be very frustrating for the horse that they're getting 2 different signals, go fast, stay slow, and so that can add to their stress.
Horses come from all over. A lot of them are maybe older competitive horses because they've seen a lot in their days. They've been desensitized. They understand noises and objects moving. We actually take rescue horses in a transitional phase in their life. We partner them with a CSU student for a semester or two, and we assess them and we rehabilitate them. And we see, does this horse have the skill set that then, after we save and rehab them, can they come into a therapy program and be a helpful horse for us too?
They're with us for 6 weeks to 3 months, just being trained before they're ever put out there with a patient on their back.
The horses we use here, we want to make sure that their welfare is number one. Yes, we want to help our clients. We want this to be beneficial for them, but it's not going to work if the horses can't do their job.
So there's always processes in place whereby the horses can get a break, whereby they can have some alone time, some vacation time, some pasture time. I think that's very important. I also think some horses' brains are just really working, and so they need to be engaged on different levels. You can't just do one activity, you can't just do therapy sessions. I think it's good for those horses to also be working with independent study students and doing more able-bodied riding lessons, hunter-jumper stuff sometimes. It's individualized based on the horse, but we try to make sure that their mental capacity is top of mind with us because that's what keeps them engaged when we put a patient on their back. If they become a favorite horse, everybody wants to use them, and then that horse is getting worked a ton.
Here we go. I've got hips.
Willow is a pretty personable horse, if a horse can be personable. She's one that expresses herself. If there's something she likes, you'll know it. If there's something she doesn't like, you'll know it. She was a jumping horse for many years. She injured herself, so she wasn't able to jump anymore. So we took her because she had a pretty calm and quiet personality, and she's actually worked really well in our program. She's adapted pretty well. For some of our clients in therapeutic riding, where they're learning riding skills, she's excellent about teaching how they should use their leg, how they should use their reins, because she has all those skills. And so she can teach them how to do those things. And I think for a lot of our participants, the fact that it's a big horse makes them feel really cool that, you know, I get to ride this nice big horse and she moves really nicely. She has a very smooth movement. So I think that's why a lot of our clients really like her.
All right, go ahead and whoa right there, Mr. Davis. You didn't whoa there.
She's a nice horse. She does have a personality.
Can you show me a proper whoa? How do we whoa with our reins? Whoa, yes. Good.
Ornery. Definitely ornery.
At WF Young, there's a commitment to providing products to help our animals live longer and healthier lives. We work very closely together with one another to put forth the best quality products and brands and to earn the trust of our customers every single day.
I think people have been loyal to Absorbine and WF Young because of that 125 years of putting out the best that we can put out.
People have grown up with these products, they know they work, and they know that when they pick something up that says Absorbine on it, it's going to do right by their animal.
Here we go, babe.
Oh, sorry, I'm done.
Okay.
Oh.
Yep, go ahead, keep going.
Okay, Kenny, let's keep moving.
And down a little bit more. Okay, all right.
When we're working on a horse, we're looking for a very symmetrical, rhythmic, synchronous movement, right? Because that's how you affect neurological change. Our bodies, when we walk through space, we're using all these systems. They're all working simultaneously. So we talk about how there's around 2,000 opportunities to affect change, 2,000 pieces of input into the body in one 40 to 45 minute session with us and the horse. And that means that every step that horse takes is another opportunity for what's happening in the body to be signaled to the brain and back to the body, and to start to affect long-term change. So that's what you get when you put a patient on a horse and utilize that equine movement as a treatment tool. You can get that symmetry, you can get that repetition, and it's all the systems working together. There should be clinical reasoning to which horse that patient is on, why that specific tack is on that horse, what activities you're performing, the patterns, which direction you're going. So we can focus and tailor everything we're doing out there toward the specific functional goal we're working on, and that's how it should be.
Part of the long-term goal of our programs of research is to demonstrate that integrating horses into therapies is effective as therapy in a traditional clinic environment, and likely more effective than therapy in a traditional clinical environment.
Good job. What do you say?
Because Braden is wheelchair bound, because he doesn't use his muscles like we would like for him to, riding a horse is something that mimics human walking. A lot of the same muscles are engaged. We have seen him start to bear weight on his legs, started to be able to pedal the bike. We've seen the use and the protection of those muscles through therapy to start to look different in our daily life because he's able to use them still.
We don't understand why certain individuals, specifically youth, are drawn to the animal, and what does it do? Why do children say their first words horseback? Why do they sit up? Why can they pay attention and do a puzzle when traditionally they can't?
I think you can speak to it across the board, that animal-human connection is there, but I think there's something special about that horse-human bond. And I don't know if it's because we've been symbiotic for so long. There have been EEG studies done with patients where if you see them in a clinic with EEGs on, there are focal parts of their brain that are lit up, right? Little pieces of their brain that are lit up during these activities in a clinic. And then you put that same child on a horse, same EEG studies, and it's fireworks, right? The entire brain is exploding and lit up. They're just super engaged. So as a therapist, it gives me a wonderful opportunity to take that engagement, to take that entire brain being lit up and then roll with it.
People who have worked in this industry can see firsthand that youth with autism oftentimes when they're around horses are calmer and more willing to engage and more regulated, and all of that really helps to then be able to best engage in the therapy. But a lot of what our research has done is tried to develop a theoretical rationale so that we understand what exactly the horse is contributing to the therapeutic process.
I like real results that are not abstract. You've got people out there doing therapeutic riding. Those people that are doing it, it does something real for them. We need to show people really want evidence-based that it works. Why does it work better than some other kind of therapy? If you talk to the people that just work out there in the arena with the horses, they'll tell you a lot of stuff. Scientists need to listen to them a lot more and not just go poo-poo, that's just anecdotal. Because there's a point where you'll start to see a pattern in some of the anecdotal. I've talked to a number of parents where they said that their kid did their first words on a horse. And I think there's some reasons for that. You know, relationship with the horse, also rhythm and balancing at the same time. Seems to have a really good effect on the nervous system.
A lot of that has not been documented scientifically. That's one area that we're sort of lagging in, is the scientific documentation of how the horse does that. What I tend to do is take specific examples of something that works, something that does not work, and then, okay, now what are the common denominators, the common characteristics of the ones where it did work to make concepts? It's bottom-up thinking. It's important to do research in every field. You want to learn how to make advancements and make things work. No, we've got to be doing research. Absolutely, it's essential. When the families come here, I think for them, this is a real, it's a social place, a place where every family with young children take their kids to sports or to clubs or to music class. But children with disabilities don't often do all those things. But here they do. So there's that camaraderie that's developed between the families that come here.
Early, you know, when I had him, I was always judged, and it really hurt, you know, and you're just like, it's not me, but you felt like you had to explain it. The stigma on special ed kids and all that is huge, and people just stare at you and all that fun stuff. And so you come here, and just like Davis gets to feel like a regular person, so do we.
When you get to the barrel, you need to whoa and ask your sidewalker or volunteer to help you grab what beanbag you want.
I have dear friends, you know, that get Davis and love him, and it's good. But other people in public, they just judge you so much. And so here it's judgment-free zone.
You ready?
Walk on, very good. I love that you used your voice.
What my son Braden receives here is the ability for him to come in and be someone who's not your typical child, and in a lot of settings he may feel not enough or not be the center of attention because not everybody knows how to interact with somebody with differences, and he comes in here and is loved on so fiercely. For him to have this place where he comes and thrives, and it's his space, and you know, everybody else gets to take the back seat for an hour. It's a really beautiful space for him. I'm very grateful.
For me, I'm really passionate about occupational therapy because I can see the difference that it makes in our clients' lives.
Count out loud to 20.
Being able to be a part of that youth's life in a way that hopefully impacts them for the rest of their lives as they develop skills that they'll use for the rest of their lives.
I see those changes, you know. I see the people who struggle to walk in the door, you know, with their wheelchair, their walker. Sometimes kids come from school, they've had a bad day, things aren't going well, but they come and they interact with the horse, they get on the horse, and they're all smiles. It really does make a difference to them, and that makes me feel good. A lot of these kids who don't think words really relate to animals. A lot of kids love them, just totally love them. Well, I think it's really wonderful. That makes me really happy.
Harley's pretty happy to see you guys again, huh?
So we're gonna walk Drifter just like the girls just did. And I want you to think about something that's hard or kind of weighs heavy on you. Do you know what that means?
Equine-assisted psychotherapy really is just taking therapy out of the office and putting it into an experiential setting. Right now we are at the Temple Grandin Equine Center, smack dab in the middle of Denver, which has allowed us to access a whole bunch of kids that would never be able to experience this kind of therapy.
Did you do anything?
Most of the kids that I work with have experienced trauma and abuse or neglect. A lot of these kids are coming from situations that we cannot even begin to imagine. It has been my experience that kids who are in need of mental health help are not really game to sit in an office and talk to a middle-aged lady about their feelings. And so if we can actually bring them out into an arena with the horses and let them really do the work that they can do, that's where equine-assisted psychotherapy is so much different and so much more effective than anything else we can do.
I've never seen something that's had such immediate impact on so many students. By working through horses, many of them are applying these lessons to the horses and then able to take those learnings outside of the arena.
Their trauma, abuse, and neglect has come at the hands of humans, and they have a pretty good armor around them. When we throw them into the arena with a bunch of horses, all of that armor goes away because they are truly in a place and an experience that they've never had before. So, how's your horse feel, do you think? You feel how antsy he is, right? How do you feel? Here you go. Here you go. Kick again. You're almost there. Go.
Imagine how empowering that is to be able to connect with a 1,200-pound horse who has the same movement that you do, who you can quiet with your own breathing, and you can be able to connect emotionally and physically with this animal. We've had so many kids that come in and they work with the horses and they're totally changed by the time they leave because they feel so empowered. Any therapy room with 4 walls is no match for what a horse can do.
Ask him with your feet a little bit. There you go. All the way to the wall, all the way to the gate. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Yay!
Kids come here and they don't cry when they come. They cry when they leave.
This program in general has helped me through a lot of tough things in my life. I feel safe and calm and I can actually talk to them. I'm me and I'm free here.
Good job.